Modani lefanecha ruach hai vekayam. Modani lefanecha ruach hai vekayam. Modani lefanecha modani lefanecha modani lefanecha ruach hai vekayam. Modani lefanecha ruach hai vekayam. Modani lefanecha modani lefanecha. Boker Tov, Yom Rishon, good morning, Sunday, and welcome to Musar Morning. I'm Rabbi Monique Mayer of the Bristol and West Progressive Jewish Congregation, and thank you for joining me in this virtual prayer space for Morning Musar. I invite you to get comfortable wherever you are, and it's fine to have your cuppa or water nearby. I also encourage you to have a pen and paper handy. There'll be a few opportunities to jot some things down. So take a breath. Breath is the gift of life. Remember to breathe. And if we could bring up the chants, please. Elohai neshama shenatata bi teho rahi. 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 One of the most important practices we can start with each day is a practice of hodaya, gratitude. Practicing gratitude enables us to appreciate what we have and begin the day with a heart full of blessing. So, what are you feeling grateful for in this moment? My friend, Rabbi Elisha Magal, describes such a moment as a micha mocha moment, a moment in which your heart is so full of appreciation, you can't help but say, micha mocha ba'elim Adonai. How amazing are you, Eternal One? Thank you. So I encourage you to voice your blessings wherever you are. And if you'd like to share them in the comments, please do so we can celebrate with you. It could be that you, like myself, right now I am so grateful for this amazing biennial and all the challenging and interesting and engaging sessions and speakers. I am so grateful for that. And right now, particularly grateful to be here in this virtual prayer space. Yes, please keep posting. What else are you grateful for? It could be small. It could be, oh, I got up this morning, I'm here. So whatever you're feeling grateful for. So for all these blessings, both large and small, we say the words together, Modim anachnu lach, Modim anachnu lach. We give thanks to you, Eternal One, and we sing, holding on to those blessings in our hearts, that hodaya, that gratitude, overflowing with joy in praise of the source of blessings. And we have at the bottom of the page, Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Kol hanshama tehalleluya, hallelujah, hallelujah. Kol hanshama tehalleluya, hallelujah, hallelujah. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Kol hanshama tehalleluya, hallelujah, hallelujah. Kol hanshama tehalleluya, hallelujah, hallelujah. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Kol hanshama tehalleluya, hallelujah, hallelujah. Kol hanshama tehalleluya, hallelujah, hallelujah. Praise the Eternal One. Every soul praises Yah. Hallelujah. In our morning prayers, we have the words Baruch she'amar v'haya ha'olam. Blessed is the one who spoke and the world came into being. This week, in the 7th week of the Omer, we focus our morning worship on Shmirat Hadibur, mindful speech. By the act of speech, God created. God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. We were created, B'Tselem Elohim, in the image of the divine, and our soul's purpose is to become holy beings. Our speech has the power to create or destroy. Unfortunately, the words we utter do not always reflect our best selves. So we have tools at our disposal to help us. The first is something called hitlamdut, from the root meaning to learn, and hitlamdut means we look inside ourselves and we notice and we pay attention to what's going on so we can learn what's coming up for us. The second tool, so step 2, is called a Bechira point. It is a point where we have a choice. We have different options of how we could respond in a particular situation. And then the third step is to choose wise action. It could be to do something in that moment, or it could be to return to Heat Lamdut because we're not quite ready to take that step to take action. And all of these 3 steps are actually embodied in the word Shema, which we say every day, morning and evening. If you listen to the different parts of the word Shema, we have shh, right? Heat Lamdut, listen, shh, quiet, be still, listen to what's going on inside, pay attention. We're mulling over. We have several options of how we could respond. And then, could be an aha moment. I'm like, this is the wise choice. I know what to do. Choose right action, or ooh, maybe not ooh, just I need to go back and look inside myself a little more. I think it's not the right time to take action. I might say something I regret or write something I regret. So let's just close our eyes and practice that a little bit. We can call upon Shema whenever we encounter a situation where we are about to speak and we might need to think twice about it. Shema also means listen. So listen, or listening first to maybe what the other person has done or said or written. And then we use Shema to get in touch with what is going on for us. So I invite you right now on your piece of paper. So just take a few moments. And the first question I'm going to put out to you for reflection is, when are my words most in alignment with my intentions? This is only for you, not for anybody else. When are my words most in alignment with my, I should probably say, wise intentions? And it doesn't have to be complete sentences. Next question. How can my words be used to create or destroy worlds? How can my words be used to create or destroy worlds? And what is the world I want to create? What is the world I want to create? I'll give you another few moments. Don't worry if you didn't get it all down. You can always explore these questions later. They're actually on the screen right now. It says, ask yourself. Some of you might want to take a screenshot just so you've got them for later. It's okay. So I invite you to close your eyes right now. Just put your pens, pencils aside, whatever you're using to write. And call to mind a situation. It could be a conversation you've had recently. It could be you received an email. Someone said something to you that provoked a strong response. I want you to imagine yourself in that situation again, a similar situation, and just notice, using Heat Lam Dut, what is coming up for you in that moment. What feelings, what thoughts, what body sensations. Be gentle with yourself. You're just noticing what comes up. Oh, I'm a bit angry about that, or oh, I'm feeling a bit hurt, or oh, I need to have the last word. Whatever those things are that are coming up. Just notice. Be still. Shh. Notice what's coming up. And then move. And you start to see what the possibilities are, or what responses you may have to the situation. What are the different choices? Falling over them. And if you feel yourself starting to generate reaction, go back to shh. It's not easy, is it? And sit with those choices, those options, and imagine yourself making the wise choice. And if it's too hard right now, go back to Heat Lam Dut, go back to observing and noticing. You can keep using this process. If you find yourself in a moment where you could say the wrong thing, something that inflames a situation, or responding with an email that might make something worse than it was already. Stop for a few moments and still yourself. Notice what's coming up. Consider what choices you have in the situation. Choose wisely. Ah. I invite you to come back into this space together. LJY-Netzer leshoni meira. LJY-Netzer leshoni meira. LJY-Netzer leshoni meira. Elohai, Elohai, LJY-Netzer leshoni meira. LJY-Netzer leshoni meira. LJY-Netzer leshoni meira. Elohai, Elohai, LJY-Netzer leshoni meira. LJY-Netzer leshoni meira. LJY-Netzer leshoni meira. Elohai, Elohai. Oh God, guard my tongue from wrong. Help me to choose wisely. So the last piece that I'm going to encourage you to do is to choose a reminder phrase that you can write down or carry with you in your pocket. I put mine on my bulletin board in front of me so that when I look up, I see the phrase. I have a phrase up there that goes with it, says progress, not perfection. I think that is also important as we practice in Musar, that we celebrate and we honor ourselves and we're gentle with ourselves. So we have, go back to the top of that page, a number of reminder phrases we can choose from. Just choose one. Nothing, I'll read them aloud just so you can get a sense. Nothing is better than silence, or nothing is better than silence, but I think that sounds negative. So nothing is better than silence. Silence is to anger as water is to fire. Number 3 is silence, should say, is a fence to wisdom. Apologies. This one's from Kohelet. 8 lechashot ve8 ledaber. And you can translate it one of two ways. There is a time to be still and a time to speak. Shema, right? Or there is time to be silent and a time to speak. Next one is Mavet v'chaim b'yad lashon. Death and life are in the power of the tongue. And the last one is the one that we start our tefillah prayers with each morning and evening, and some of us also afternoon. Adonai sifatai tiftach ufi yagi tehilatecha. Adonai, eternal God, open my lips that my mouth may declare your praise, that everything that comes out of our mouths are in praise of God, in praise of the eternal, the divine. Take a moment to write that down. So today, on Rosh Chodesh Sivan, because it's not just the first day of the week, it's also the first day of the month of Sivan and the final day of our Biennial. We are presented with another cycle of possibilities and opportunities. May the meditations of our hearts and the words of our mouths be acceptable to you, Eternal One, and to each other, our Rock, our Redeemer. And we'll conclude, and apologies, the words aren't there, but many of you know this. So, with Olam Chesed Yibaneh. Olam Chesed Yibaneh. Yadadai, dai, dai, yadadai, dai. 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 We shall build this world with love. We shall build this world with kindness. We shall build this world with wise speech, gentle speech, speech that seeks to build, that seeks to help us come together in collaboration, in good intention, and speech that honors the divine in each and every one of us. May you be gentle with yourselves. May you continue through the day opening to others' words and reflecting on what comes up for you, even as you are challenged. And may you do it with blessing and joy. Amen. Boker Tov.
Good morning, Monique. Thank you so much.
Good morning.
Good morning, Rabbi Pete.
Boker Tov to you both. Thanks, Monique. That was lovely.
Thank you. Good morning, Charlie.
Good morning. Thank you so much for that. Was a really beautiful meditation service. I think giving us the perfect way to start this day, start this last day of Biennial. I hope you've been enjoying it.
Very much so. I even if I can't be looking at the screen, I usually have it in the background because I don't want to miss anything.
I agree. It's been a bit like having the radio on as well, and I haven't needed my Radio 4 in the morning, so I've been able to have Biennial at home. Thank you.
Making French toast to whatever was running at the same time.
Wow, I'm more adventurous than I. What did you have this morning for breakfast, Pete?
Just a slice of leftover challah for me, getting stale, I'm afraid, but then so am I, so we go well together. And
How
you,
true
what was
is
your
that?
breakfast? Thank you, darling.
Coffee so far. At some point, I'm going to make something more substantial, probably a bowl of cereal. I hope all of you out there are starting your day in a bright and ready to face the last bit of Biennial with as much energy as we seem to have come into the previous 2 days. I know that a service with Monique is an excellent way to begin that day. And we have coming up what I am really, really looking forward to. We are having a personal reflection, a discussion between two people I have so much admiration and time for, and always find that every time I talk to and study with that I learn so much from. First, we have Jane Dratkin, who is our National Officer for Liberal Judaism on social justice. And as well as keeping our movement on track, also make sure that we're focused on social justice. And joining her this morning is Rabbi Tanya Sankovich from Nottingham Liberal Synagogue, whose community has done the most incredible works in terms of social justice. But I know that this morning, both of them are going to share with us a little bit of their thoughts surrounding the pandemic and their own personal reflections on that. So I don't want to take up any more of your time with either me or Pete. So we are going to leave you to it. And thank you both so much for being with us this morning and over this whole conference. Good morning.
Nice to see you guys.
Thank you, Charlie. Thank you, Pete. And good morning, everybody. And thank you for joining us this morning. I hope everybody's well. I hope everybody's had a fantastic weekend. I hope everybody that was involved in cocktails last night whilst watching that amazing drag show are recovering well with a cup of coffee this morning. So what we're going to do this morning is just, as Charlie said, the two of us are just going to share our personal reflections and experiences during the past couple of months and before, thoughts for the future. But what we really want to do is hear from all of you about your experiences and your thoughts. So in a moment, I'm going to share my thoughts. I'm just going to say good morning to Rabbi Tanya, ask how you're feeling and any thoughts before we kick off.
Jane, sorry, I'm sorry. I keep popping up like some sort of strange talking head, but we need you to unplug your headphones, Jane, because they are not working as well as you probably will without them. And we want to make sure that we hear everything. Just say good morning to us again. And now we can't hear anything.
Good morning.
There we go. Wonderful, Jane. Loud and clear. I'm going again now. Thank you both.
Did you hear anything?
Yeah, we did. It was just very, very quiet. So you don't need to repeat at all. It's just that we want to make sure that everybody at home has a really good sound quality.
Okay. Well, you didn't miss anything anyway if you didn't hear that. So
thank you, Jane.
So Tanya, good morning. How are you? Any thoughts before we start?
Good morning, Jane. Yes, just really, really looking forward to talking about social justice and so excited about sharing this session with you and all other friends around our communities.
Marvelous. So how we're going to do this is I'm going to share some of my thoughts, and although I am a trustee of Liberal Judaism, these are my thoughts, these aren't LJ's thoughts. And in fact, I think one of the things that we want to explore today is, you know, what are LJ's thoughts on social justice? What does that mean? Because there's so many people out there involved in social justice. So these are my very self-indulgent thoughts, if you like. And just as a bit of context, my background sort of before I became involved with LJ is for a few years I worked in humanitarian aid, managing emergency healthcare programs in places like the Democratic Republic of Congo and Afghanistan, running projects helping countries rebuild after conflict, including, for example, the work experience program in Eritrea and building community cohesion in countries like Liberia and Sierra Leone. And alongside that, I was involved for a while in policy and campaigns work. So ranging from being a volunteer on the launch of the Fair Trade Mark many, many years ago, some of you may remember when that all happened, through to contributing to policy papers sent to the IMF and World Bank, lobbying for debt relief for the poorest countries, for example. And right now I'm, as well as being a trustee with LJ, I'm currently running some research into peace building and preventing identity-based violence. So that's kind of my backdrop to this. So when COVID-19 arrived, I went through a bit of a very self-indulgent on reflection, a bit of an identity crisis. So here was an emergency, the biggest crisis, you know, our country has seen and the world has seen for a long time. And the humanitarian aid worker in me felt very frustrated at not being in the thick of this emergency response. And I told you that was self-indulgent. So I'm obviously very grateful to all of those that are involved in the thick of it. So I dealt with this in the same way that I'm sure many, many people listening have dealt with this, by getting involved in my local community and shopping for a couple of neighbours that are shielding. And I know this help is needed, but I have to confess, and I brought this up in conversations I've had with Tanya and with Charlie before, that I had this real moment a couple of weeks into lockdown when I was doing the shopping for these neighbours, and the supermarket was incredibly crowded, social distancing had gone out the window, it seemed, and I was also at a bit of a low. A couple of members of my family were ill, so I wasn't at my best, and somehow I managed to not do the shopping properly. I got most things, but I managed to miss a couple of items off one of their lists, and this obviously caused a little bit of distress to the neighbour. And
one of these items was a packet of prawns. And in fact, not just any type of prawn, but they needed to be very specifically North Atlantic prawns, because these were prawns for his cat, who it turns out was a fussy eater. So I have to confess, at this point, I did have a bit of a meltdown. And I remember thinking, how did my role in saving the world go from managing humanitarian aid programs in war zones and trying to get changes in international policies to help the world's poor, to buying prawns for my neighbour's cat? In this immense and terrifying global pandemic, is this really what my role in Tikkun Olam is all about? So, like I say, very self-indulgence. I got over this wobble, got the prawns, neighbour was happy, cat was happy, everything was fine. But it really sort of got me thinking. And why was I feeling that I was making less of a contribution to society through helping a neighbour who has a nice house and the economic means to buy prawns for his cat, but due to his age and his health and the fact that his closest relative lives in Australia means that he's isolated and therefore quite vulnerable? Why does that feel less like social helping society than managing an emergency healthcare program in Afghanistan, or campaigning for fair trade for poor farmers in Africa, for example? So what does vulnerability and inclusion or exclusion really look like in our society today? Now, I live in quite a wealthy area. I live in Windsor, so economic hardship, it does exist, but it's nothing like as extensive as there are in some other parts of the country. But age and health conditions now qualify people to be isolated and vulnerable. And as lockdown restrictions ease for many of us, this vulnerable category may remain isolated. Are they in danger of getting left behind whilst the rest of us start to somehow get our lives back to normal? And similarly, we're connecting today across Zoom, which is just amazing. But has this become a new dividing line in our society between inclusion and exclusion? Whether it's through lack of access to broadband, or lack of the financial means to buy the technology, or lack of knowledge on how to use it, this use of online communication mechanisms, has this become a godsend to some and completely inaccessible to others, causing another dividing line? And so this crisis as well has shone a spotlight on our society's pre-existing tensions and cleavages and inequalities, both here and more widely in the world. So poor housing, lack of housing, a home that isn't safe, insecure livelihoods, food and energy insecurity, cuts in the NHS, neglect of the social care sector. The list goes on. We all have things that we're interested in. And then the heightened challenges in society going forward, increases in unemployment and a shrinking economy. So this concept of we're all in the same storm but sailing in different boats, I think, has real resonance now in the context of thinking about social justice during these times of COVID. And for me, it raised a few particular questions. And one, which I know is one we've talked about a number of times within LJ, is this balance between social action and social justice. Now, again, for me personally, I've always jumped between the two. On the one hand, I might be running humanitarian aid programs or donating to a local food bank, but at the same time, campaigning and lobbying or contributing to policy work or awareness raising around changing some of those systems and structures that lead to these inequalities. But thinking about which should we be doing, and how do we spend our time and energy, and I don't think it's as simple as an either or. It's often not do we do social action or do we do social justice, but it's often how do we use our time and energy at any particular point. Very often, of course, social action is an important precursor to or component of social justice, and is needed whilst the social justice is taking place. One of the speakers yesterday morning actually said, social justice is great, but it takes a long time. And whilst we're working on, trying to fix the reasons why people are poor, people still need to eat. So there is this question, I think, that how did we, whilst we're giving food to food banks and phoning isolated elderly people, how did we get to the point in our society where there is so much poverty and so many people are isolated and lonely? And I think during COVID, there's been this enormous upsurge in social action, which has been tremendous. And I think one of the challenges is, how do we harness this? How do we harness this compassion and this commitment and these connections into something more sustainable? And how do we channel that into longer term social justice? For me, another question has been around the local versus the bigger picture, the wider community, the national and the international. And I think when there's a crisis, there's an understandable tendency to sort of batten down the hatches and deal with the crisis closest to home and remove our attention from other issues that we might previously have engaged with. And I know, I did this whilst members of my family were ill. I had no time or headspace to think about other needs out there. And I've seen plenty of discussions on social media about why should we be giving money to people in Syria or Bangladesh when there's so much need in our own country. And I don't necessarily agree with that sentiment, but I do understand it. I very much understand the logic and the context behind it. But then, of course, those bigger picture injustices that existed before this crisis, before COVID, are still there, and in many cases, unfortunately, are heightened, or new injustices are creeping in kind of under the radar whilst we're all focusing on coronavirus. So one of the things I'm concerned about is persecution of religious minorities, and in countries such as China and India, those have been heightened and manipulated because of the coronavirus crisis. In the UK, the government has just closed its doors to bringing in any more child refugees. So these are all bigger picture things that are maybe, if we're not careful, slip under the radar. So I think there's this balance between looking after one's own, as it were, whatever that means, our family, our neighbourhood, our religious community, or whatever our networks are, and those social justice issues that are maybe further afield or less directly connected to us. And I'm wondering, there's something in there about how we kind of define us, how we define our community. And then for me, there's a very personal reflection, and like I say, these are my reflections around how does all of this fit with my identity as a liberal Jew? And I think there's no question, we're all agreed that there's an imperative on us as liberal Jews to make the world a better place, to be engaged in Tikkun Olam. So for me, the question is not so much, as a Jew, should I get involved in social justice? But the question for me is, when should I get involved in social justice as a Jew? And this is a personal reflection, and I think, everybody will come at this from their own angle, and maybe it's because I don't live very close to my synagogue, so my geographical community and my synagogue community are in two different places. But quite often I will get involved in things just because I live nearby, or because I'm interested, and I don't necessarily do it with a Jewish hat or even let people know that I'm Jewish. I mean, my neighbour that I bought the prawns for doesn't know that I'm Jewish, and it doesn't matter. He doesn't need to. So, for me, the question is always, are there times when it's a particular benefit, a particular bonus, a particular responsibility, a particular added value, if you like, to bring my Jewish identity to this? And for me, there are some areas where I think there are, and these are around our sort of lived experience as Jews, particularly those around persecution, discrimination, and displacement. So I was delighted and not surprised that in Danny's keynote yesterday, the very first thing he said he was proud of was his engagement with bringing refugees in and the community sponsorship for refugees. So our work with refugees and asylum seekers and stateless people, for me, very much speaks to our role with our Jewish identity, and also about to speaking out and engaging and showing solidarity when there's cases of persecution on the basis of religious or ethnic identity, whether it's in this country or overseas. And that means not only speaking out against anti-Semitism, but against all forms of religious or identity-based prejudice. And to engage with, discuss, and have some sort of a voice on issues of social justice within Israel-Palestine, and not only those that affect the progressive Jewish community there, but that affect all of the people living in Israel-Palestine. And I know there was discussion about that yesterday. I have a feeling there'll be discussion about it today. This is a discussion that will go on for a long time, I'm sure. So for me, the framework is sort of, when do I tackle social justice as a Jew, and when not as a Jew? I can do it as a Jew, but also not as a Jew. And I can do it for Jews, but not only for Jews, and with Jews, but not only with Jews. And like I have lots of questions. I can't say that I have all of the answers, but I'm going to hand over to Tanya now, because Tanya's been leading. You've been leading your community in Nottingham for a long time in social justice and social action work. So it'd be great to hear from you about what you've been involved in before COVID struck, since COVID, your reflections, your thoughts, your challenges. So it'd be great to hear from you.
Thank you, Jane. Good morning, everyone. I really enjoyed listening to you, and it's been fascinating the way you approach it in a very honest manner, and that we have a lot of questions and don't always have answers. And as a rabbi, when I started in Nottingham 11 years ago, that's exactly the question I asked myself. First, I asked myself, what is Jewish liberal identity? What do I want to see my young people or my community be seen in the city, in the world? What does make one a liberal Jew? And it's a different, completely different session from what we are doing today. But that's something which made me focus on the fundamental or foundational blocks of our Jewish liberal identity. And social justice and social action is a really important part of who we are. And that's what we are known for. And that's why in the last 11 years, we basically lived through justice, you shall pursue, as taking it literally and trying to implement it in life. The first thing which we've done is probably in all other communities around the country and maybe around the world. It will be great to know what other communities are doing after I finish my introduction. We introduced social action project for all our bar bat mitzvah young people and engaged in social action project. And it could be anything from supporting an animals charity, raising money to purchase new video, it was a very complicated video screen for the synagogue. It was helping at our own charity, Salam Shalom Kitchen. And the latest one, which is really sweet, bat mitzvah girl who's now a lady, as she had her Zoom bat mitzvah last month. That was the first one. We said Shehiano. She cooked desserts every month for the guests at Salam Shalom Kitchen. That was fantastic. So young people engage in different ways, and it's really a crucial way to introduce them to first our identity, but also our way of life. I was listening to what you're saying, and I just actually wrote down a few reflections before we'll go through all the other projects. One of the things we don't do in our community is we don't do programming. You know, social justice, it's something which we live. Social justice and becomes social action. It's a value. It is a way of life of our community and our members as individuals. And that's why I think there is no really big difference whether you react as a Jewish person or whether you react just a person who feel you've got to make a difference to the world, whether Jewish or not Jewish. It's doing the right thing. You know, if you see injustice, make it right. If you can't do it yourself, bring your community. And that's probably the slogan of our community. And that's why the first thing we've done is we joined Nottingham Citizens many years ago. We were the first organizations to do that. Because one of the most important things for us as liberal Jews in Nottingham and my community is being part of the wider world. We put ourselves on the map in Nottingham. We are really deeply embedded now in so many projects in Nottingham. We do care about our people, and it's important, absolutely. But also, it's important to care about everyone else as well. We're all in God's image, and that's how we're known in Nottingham. We're Nottingham Liberal Synagogue, who pursues social justice in so many ways, and not only looking after our own people. And that's how, through the Nottingham Citizens, we started Salam Shalom Kitchen, which is now brilliantly led by a chair who's a member of my community, Dr. Karen Worth. And in May, the end of May, we were supposed to celebrate its 5th anniversary. So we've been doing it now for 5 years. Once a week, we were serving hot meals and it's a joint with the Muslim community to people who are in need, people who are lonely, and homeless people in Nottingham. And then we've done collaboration with Framework as well. And it was kind of new collaboration because we were looking after the house where the homeless people who had really severe mental illnesses lived. And we raised money for them as part of our community appeal, and they were most grateful. But that was the project which wasn't as successful as the others because people really struggled working with people with mental illnesses. And all the personal problems of having a difficult relationship with either relatives or friends came up. And it was really interesting that Salam Shalom Kitchen took up, and it's such a great success 5 years later. But the project with Framework didn't work as well as a community, but we continued it as individuals. So the good thing which came out of that project with Framework is that our members individually sign up as their volunteers and been helping through the organization in different ways and capacities as their volunteers already. We joined Refugee Family Sherwood Project, is bringing a refugee family, and it's brilliantly represented by a co-chair of my community, Susan King. They just raised £9,000, and we were so excited about welcoming a refugee family, but obviously because of COVID, it's impossible. So that's really disappointing. And we've been looking after 3 lovely refugee girls, and that's something which is a great success, which I would like to share with you, because one of the girls, she is a Persian Jew, one of very few which remain these days. And she lives in the house with another 2 girls. One is from Saudi Arabia and the last girl from Albania. And we started looking after our lovely Jewish girl who started coming to our synagogue. And then we got to know other girls, and they lived in Derby. Derby is quite a way away from Nottingham. So then making an effort, I wrote a letter and our president got engaged. We moved them closer to Nottingham, but actually not to Nottingham. And they've been severely abused there by local residents to an extent that they were not able to go out. So it already was the lockdown time. What would you do? There was nowhere to go. We didn't know what to do. But thanks to the efforts, really big efforts of our president of our community, Peter Strauss, we managed to move them to Nottingham. And last week, it was my turn to bring them some treats and some food. And I had a lovely cup of tea with them. It was just, we did a bit of social distancing. So it was so lovely to see 3 girls. One is the Persian Jewish girl, one is a girl from Saudi Arabia, and a girl from Albania, all sitting there in one house. Because it was really important for us to keep them together as they became friends. And I think that was a great example of social justice, social action, and kindness going beyond our small identities. We are people of the world, and that's something which I'm really proud of and really happy. And we're looking after the girls. Different families take turn, and we bring them some treats and spend some time with them so they don't feel lonely. And that's partly something which before and obviously some of the project changed. And the most difficult decision which the chair of Salam Shalom Kitchen had to make is to stop serving weekly meals. I was really upset. I was prepared to do that, which was against the rules, so I was a bit naughty. And of course, we had to do that. But at the beginning of the pandemic, we thought, gosh, the life is finished. There is nothing we can do. There are so many other projects which we did with so many other charities, like partnership with White Rose Charity. I can go endlessly because we've been involved in so many. And we thought, well, what we're going to do now with all other people? How are we going to help them? But the thing is, whether there is a will, there is a way. And things changed. So we actually still support other charities and support people who help those in destitute, but we just do it in different ways. So even though Salam Shalom Kitchen is closed, our partner as a Muslim charity, Himma, they deliver our foods to people's homes. Because they do that, we donated them some money as a synagogue, and also we make individual donations, so to enable them to continue their such vital work during this time. And as individuals, we support different charities. And most importantly, we also start focusing on our own people. It's been a very challenging time for some of our members. And recently, so the more the lockdown extends. And that was, again, a real privilege and realization that as much as we help others, it's so important to help our own people as well. And I have to say that the lockdown brought my community closer. It's just amazing how, all the volunteers came together. We organized some surprise for Pesach. We're organizing another surprise with cheesecakes for Shavuot. for all of our members. And I can't tell you yet because it hasn't happened, but it's just so nice to see so many people volunteering, so many people caring, not only about others, but also ourselves, other own members of our community, particularly the vulnerable one. And that's something I think this time brought out of us. I think it brought the best out of us, and in some cases, the worst out of us. So the question is, how can we make things, the best things which happen, a transformative change, so that we can take something into our new reality, which will be after the lockdown, whatever it's going to be, and embedded it into not our Jewish liberal world, but also beyond.
Fantastic. Wow. I feel quite humbled and exhausted listening to all of the work you and your community have been involved in, Tanya. Thank you. And again, some amazing examples, both of work that you've done, but also of collaboration and of adaptation to the changes in circumstance. And I think before we sort of talk anymore, I just want to throw it out there to everybody listening. Do please send in your thoughts, your experiences, your questions, your challenges to us, because this is all about hearing what everybody else has been doing as well, and engaging with what's going on in the wider community. So I think you've made raised a really excellent point as well, Tanya, about, I mean, there's so many things I'd like to ask you about, but particularly the way you left it at the end is about how do we build on this? How do we build on the good things that have been coming out, as well as recognizing all of the challenges? How do we do that build back better? How do we harness these new connections, this new enthusiasm, this new energy, these new partnerships? And it would be great as well, maybe to hear your thoughts, but also thoughts from people that are listening out there. And I know there's been some great comments coming in. And Tamara, yeah, your comment, the pandemic is throwing existing inequalities and injustices into sharp relief. We're in a period of huge and rapid change. We need both to provide immediate relief to those in need and to be actively planning and strategizing for how to shape that change, to imagine and build the new world we want to see emerge from this moment of rupture. Could not agree more. I think a challenge is how do we do that when we are all pulled in so many different directions? And Tanya, do you want to just share a little bit from your experience with your community about how you've actually made all of this happen, given that there are only a certain number of hours in the day and that everybody's got lots and lots of different priorities?
I can speak for hours about it because I'm very passionate about social justice and social action. But I would love to hear what people who joined us today for the session think about it as well. And also to see what other communities are doing, because that would be really interesting. For me, you know, it's, as I said to you, if social justice, social action becomes one's value, it's creating for the community, creating the you know, that as an embedment within the community, as a very important block of you know, of our identity structure. And then when you build on it, different people are attracted to different projects. And if that's what is the atmosphere within your community, that you do things, you don't talk about things, you get involved with things, then different people get involved with different projects. It's impossible, you know, for one person to do everything, but all together it's a strength. But also, you know, by helping others, whether it's in our community outside, we help ourselves. But what I like, very quickly before we will open the platform for discussion, very quickly I would like to say that, you know, what is also important is to understand how those inequalities, which some people mentioned in their comments, they affect our society. Because over my quite a few years now working in the charitable sector in Nottingham, it's been 11 years, the question which arises, you know, we can help people, and we will do our best. But does it really change the world? Does it bring that transformative change in the world? Does it erase those inequalities? What can we do? How we can get to that point of the Maimonides, you know, tzedakah ladder, when we enable people, we provide opportunities for people to lift themselves out of poverty. You know, one of the things which I did when I was involved in Salam Shalom Kitchen at the beginning of it, because I was there on a weekly basis, then Karen took over. I asked the guests to help volunteering within the kitchen. And it was such because people ask me, why do you do that? You know, we've got volunteers. That's the whole point. Involve people, the volunteers, they build relationship. And I said, because I want them to feel valued. I want them to feel they're part of the project as well. And I think that's, again, you know, how to get beyond that point. Okay, look, I'm poor, look after me. How to inspire people or enable people to help themselves, to lift themselves out of poverty. I'm sure we can. You know, I strongly believe that the world which we are now in is not the way which it can be, and that's why I do what I do. But for me also, it's the mindset of people who we help and the mindset of people who help. You know, we give alms. How can we give the help which will eradicate those inequalities? When people will feel strong enough to think, yes, you know, I can help myself, or with help of others, I can do that. Can we do that?
No, some great questions. And I think what you say about that, this is just what we do. This is how we operate. This is our values. This is just how we go about doing things, where we make decisions within this framework of social justice, and that kind of influences everything we do. And that's, I'm sure, not just within what you do within your synagogue community, but that's what people take out into their everyday life. And so many different aspects in there. How do we challenge the big picture? How do we help people to help themselves? How do we engage as a community? Some of the questions that are coming in, or some of the comments that are coming in around, you know, how do we build ourselves as a movement? How do we engage across institutions to really have some kind of impact? I think one of the points that you raised, I think, is really interesting around this relationship between helping people to help themselves and helping about how do we challenge those sort of big underlying structures. And I think one of the really interesting aspects of this weekend has been around collaboration, and actually sometimes collaboration is about challenge as well. And that if all that we do, which would be great in itself, is work with other people that are engaged already in social justice, then we are in some ways already preaching to the converted, as it were. We're doing great things, but are we actually making changes? And some of those big transformational changes can happen when we're actually not talking to people that we would naturally work with, but we go and talk to the people that we really don't want to collaborate with, because we have something to say that they don't necessarily either want to hear or have thought of. And so that is when we start to engage with, you know, the decision makers, the corporates, the local authorities, whoever it is that holds that power base and speak that truth to power. We've heard some of those discussions over this weekend as well. And be that voice in the environments that might not otherwise hear it. And I think there've been some comments coming up around the divides around access to education, divides around use of technology. I don't know if you've had any sort of experience of that within your community, about some of those divides in the community along those lines, education and technology.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, I agree with the comments. I will just leave education a little bit aside, because then maybe we can invite our participants to comment on that. But we definitely had problems with some people struggling, particularly of older generation, using technology, because we are very much a Zoom community now, and some people wouldn't come or wouldn't take part, wouldn't participate in our mostly daily programs now. And for some it was, you know, the fear of technology. For some, they just didn't think they could do that. And again, that's why I said it's about the frame mind of our members and ours. It's about being positive and thinking, you know, I can do it. So what we organized with the help of our wonderful administrator, and she provides training for all the people who don't know how to use Zoom technology, particularly for, you know, for all generation. And she does those training by request. And many more people start joining now into our activities. But also I think people realize that this is the new reality. So first I would hear, oh, you know, Rabbi, I really enjoy coming to the synagogue, but I will wait until the lockdown is over and then I will join in. But I do think people are missing out, particularly those in isolation. that older generation, they are missing out, because that gives some sense of community connection. And it's important to be proactive and to explain to people, look, this is our new reality. We didn't expect that, but that happened. How can we make it work the best for you and us in the current circumstances? And when we are proactive and when we think positively, then those transformative changes happen. And one of the best examples, I give just one, I have a wonderful member in my community who is in his 50s, and he also said that he struggles with Zoom services. It doesn't work for him, and he would prefer not to do that. And then he joined the biblical Hebrew course, and I realized that his Hebrew was fantastic. So I said, what about you sharing your service with me? I didn't realize your Hebrew is so good. It's a great opportunity now during the lockdown to explore some new skills. And he agreed. And since then, he's been coming to every service, obviously, to practice. And now I haven't heard back from him that Zoom services don't work for him anymore.
Wonderful, wonderful. But that really speaks to what you were saying earlier as well about how people view themselves. And I think that empowerment, because actually what he was looking at there wasn't the challenge of joining a service through Zoom technology. It was about what he brings, and actually he has this amazing skill. And therefore he had something to contribute. And I think deep down, most of us actually have this real need to contribute, to collaborate. And this, this came up in the discussion yesterday between Danny Finkelstein and Matthew Gould, that ultimately we all want to collaborate in some way and have some feeling of worth, that we bring something to it. And
opportunity, because I think now actually people doing stuff from their homes again gives them completely different opportunities. Like sharing a service, many people will never do it in life, but from your home there is a bit more courage. So I think we have to find the silver linings in the current situation and build. And all these big questions which you and I asked, and we spoke about it before, I think again maybe we can do it as a liberal Judaism, as a movement. We can try and addressing them. They're too big for one community, one individual even to grasp. But all together, we can start working with them.
And isn't it fabulous that we've seen over this weekend just how much talent and energy and drive there is in the community? And we've only scratched the surface. We've seen a few people. There's so much out there. And one thing that we know about liberal Judaism and about our history is we're tenacious, and we've as Danny ran through yesterday, all the things that LJ has achieved over the last 15 years. Imagine what we can do now, because just the sheer body of people that are engaged in this debate is enormous. And there's a comment here from Jason Brown: when people get back to normal life, how to keep up the great momentum and more interaction that Zoom etc. has brought. Hopefully we'll all head to synagogue. Amazing. And wouldn't that be great if we all head to synagogue? What does heading to synagogue mean? Does that mean physically being there, or does that also mean engaging? Can we engage with Zoom? Because I think what we've been able to do is not just enable people to come into the synagogue. We've been able to bring liberal Judaism into people's homes in a different way. So how do we harness that? And go on, Tony.
Sorry, just a practical, obviously now I'm more practical because I'm engaging with it on a daily basis. It was a very good question. I don't remember who made that comment about inequalities, and that the pandemic actually highlighted the inequalities. We also have members in our community who cannot afford internet or internet connection or any devices, and we've been discussing in our care group. We called it an emergency care group 2 months ago. Now we just call it a care group because clearly the emergency already passed and we're in it for a long time. And we've been also struggling with that and discussing how can we provide for our people, for those who cannot afford. How can we make sure that every single member of our community is included? And it's our responsibility as a community, but also that's not the problem. The problem is also with some wonderful members who contribute so much to the community, but who wouldn't accept the help from us, accept that. So it's a completely different issues. But that's wonderful that now we talk about it.
It is, and I think as well, again, like you say, there are needs out there. Would people engage? And would people engage because they think they are recipients of help, or because they feel that they are valued? And and that they have something to offer. And so some of this maybe is as well about how we frame some of this engagement. There's a number of comments coming up about, you know, how do we really build on this? How do we engage in this? That there have been a lot of issues before COVID. You know, there were famines, there's been poverty, there's been inequality, and those haven't gone away, they've almost been heightened. So how do we use this opportunity that we've got now, maybe to do something really different? I want to kind of throw it out there. We've talked about networks and collaborations, and LJ has had a long partnership and collaboration with Citizens UK, and at the moment at strategic level that relationship has stopped, but it's continuing at community level, and we're just in a phase at the moment to think about, well, what do we do next, because that was set up to do a very specific purpose, to get the movement engaged with Citizens UK, and has been very successful in that. So where do we go next? And I think for me there are some questions about, what does collaboration look like? Does it need to be, what level are we talking about? At an institutional level? Are we talking about at individual synagogue level? Are we talking about individual levels? Does it need to be just with Jewish organizations? Can it be, how do we build this collaboration that we've got internationally now, between, you know, we're sitting here in the UK, but, you know, I've heard people talking from Cape Town and from Copenhagen and from Dublin and from Argentina and Israel and all over the world. So how do we really harness that? Because I'm just assuming that there is the intent to do that. So I don't know if you got any thoughts on that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But you know, as long as we accept that the world of inequalities which we live now in, that's not the world we want to live in. Because famine in the world, in the modern world, that's something which shouldn't have happened. I feel very passionate about it. Having people who are starving around the world, that's not right. But then there are very simple steps which we all can take, and some of us don't take. And one of the simple steps is, remembering recent fires in Brazil, for example, is changing the way we approach our diet, is the way we consume meat, is the way we consume dairy products, because this way it will enable fewer animals to be killed, that will enable more fields to be given to grow all the vegetables products, and this way we can feed the world. So the waste, you know, the question is, what is social justice? It's something which is quite difficult to ask, and maybe there is no much time to talk about it, but, you know, what do we mean by social justice? And if we divide them and make very simple structure, then maybe we can bring it to the world. We can't sort it out as a liberal Jewish movement, but what we can do is identify the major things which we actually can have an impact as a movement all together, and we can make small steps. You know, every person can start, particularly those who, you know, meat eaters, for example, can eat meat once a week instead of every day or twice a week or 3 times a week. I'm bringing diet as an easy example. You know, that's something which we can adopt as a movement, but it's a willingness. It's a willingness of people to say, look, the world we live now in needs a change. How we all together can bring that change. It's about taking responsibility. And responsibility is a choice which we make on a daily basis. You know, all of us have moments when we're really tired. You know, sometimes I come home and I just want to close the doors, because I think, look, I've been helping so many people and the world doesn't seem to change that much, that, you know, there is no end to people to help. What can I do differently? How can I do differently? When I can't come home and I just think, gosh, I made something amazing that tomorrow those people will have a different life. I do help people, but does it really change their life? So I think now for me, social justice, which will lead to social action, is the question, what can we do together as a movement which will bring that transformative change within the society? Not just feeding into all these inequalities. Okay, you know, we can help these people just to survive, and that's what we do. Is it social justice? Sorry, maybe it's a bit.
No, well, I think they're great questions, and like, you know, as I was saying earlier, it's sort of where do you balance it, and I think what you've hit the nail on the head with is it's often about asking questions. And, you know, there's a comment here from tomorrow, you know, it's about building, you know, having impact by building collaborative relationships. Absolutely. But it is. And it's about how do we build those relationships? And how do we build those relationships given that as a movement, we are all in different situations. You know, for some of us, we live very much within the catchment area of our synagogue, and we do things very much with our synagogue community. But for others, that's not a model that we can necessarily engage in because of where we live or the way our lives work. And so I think it's about having multiple ways to engage and allowing people to draw on their strengths, draw on their interests, and draw on things that they're really passionate about. But you're right, it's about asking the question. So, you know, years and years and years ago, when I was involved in launching the Fair Trade Mark, we launched one product, you know, one solitary product, which, you know, Mile Gold chocolate, and it carried this Fair Trade Mark. And at that point, thinking about the supply chain and where our food came from was very, very rare. And, you know, buying a chocolate bar was not going to change the world. But now thinking about the supply chain of everything that we buy it's just normal. We don't want slave labor. We want to know what's happened to the environment. We want to know, you know, what's happened to, you know, people being paid a fair wage. Are they working in safe conditions? It's just a given. But that didn't happen overnight. That happened through a gradual process of raising awareness, making an impact on a small number of farmers, gradually building a movement, and also tackling at lots of different levels. So the people that could really do that high level negotiation and lobbying with you know, having all the economic information at their fingertips could do that. Those of us that could just buy chocolate could do that. You know, we can all do that. So I think it's about those multiple levels and recognizing that, yes, it does take time, but ask those questions.
Exactly. It's like a ripple, you know, you make it drop and then goes. I particularly know about the Living Wage campaign because Nottingham led on it, and we as a synagogue led on it as well. So we were very much involved in the Living Wage campaign. And the same with the fair trade. Look, we're a fair trade synagogue thanks to you. And I'm sure a lot of the liberal synagogues are fair trade synagogues now as well. It's also about education, something which we forget. It's about, like, in our synagogue, you know, it's our ecosystem, you know, social justice is part of our identity. So it's not only about what you do, but it's also about values. And that's why I say that in our synagogue, we don't do programming, you know, it's about relationship and strategic thinking. We do relationships and strategies because it's what we live, you know. If it's your value, then you engage in it in different ways. But that's how our children are brought up in our synagogue. You do social action project as part of your bar bat mitzvah. That's who we are, liberal Jews. So it's engaging in a personal level first, because then it manifests in different ways, but also engaging as a community and higher as a movement. So education and making the small ripples all over the country and the world, that what makes the difference.
It does. And I want to sort of be a little bit challenging now as well, because one of the things for me, as I sort of said when I was speaking earlier, is around this bit around the Jewish identity and some of the sort of conflicts that gives to me, or not so much conflicts, but the discussions I have with myself and in my own head, as well as discussions that I have with others, both Jewish and non-Jewish, that when I'm working on social justice and I'm, you know, working on fair trade, or I'm shopping for my neighbour, or I'm you know, signing petitions for NHS staff to get fairer wages, that's fine. It's fairly non-controversial. But a little while ago, I was on a very small petition outside the cultural embassy of the Chinese government up in Hampstead, campaign, a part of a weekly protest around the persecution of the Uyghur community in China. Very, for me, something that resonates very, very much with my Jewish identity. So there's a cultural group, a religious group that are being incarcerated in detention centres by the state because of their culture and because of their religious identity, with a view to eradicating that culture and religious identity. And even now, during this time of COVID, there are reports that Uyghur people are being used as forced labour to enable Han Chinese not to have to work to protect themselves from the virus. So for me, that speaks very, very much to my identity as a Jewish person, and this was a Jewish protest, and I've got lots and lots of great support from people going by, lots of hoots on the horns, lots of people stopping wanting to know more. Alongside that, I also got comments about, well, what about the Palestinians? What about Palestinian rights? What are you doing about that? And, you know, okay, we know where those people are coming from, but for me, there's a conversation there, there's a discussion there that needs to happen. And I don't imagine that we will all agree, but I think for me, there's a little bit of a vacuum around discussing that issue in the context of social justice under LJ. So I'm interested, and again, in any thoughts on that.
Well, actually, we don't have time to talk about it, but, you know, Salam Shalom Kitchen, our charity now, the project which started 5 years ago, came out of a trip to Israel, which I had. I ended up there during the last war, accidentally. And then when I got back, and I was terrified going in all the shelter and visiting my relatives, and quite terrified. It's a wonderful long story, but I'll cut it very short. Outside the BBC Radio Nottingham, and because I do Thought for the Day, I used to do Thought for the Day with them. You know, I just got in, and it was, anyway, to cut a long story short, I had a conversation about it, and I decided, look, people just don't understand that both Israeli and Palestinians are suffering as a result of this conflict. So I decided to meet with the heads of BDS movement in Nottingham, and to discuss it with them and explain that the fact that they're boycotting Israeli products is actually terrifies the local Jewish community. It doesn't help our relationship. What we can do to help, you know, prevent the conflict there, but not worsen the relationship in our communities. And I had really difficult meeting with 4 people. And as a result of it, I decided that what I would like to do is to work with people, Muslim people, who are willing to build bridges, rather than people who prefer to build walls. And it's a long story now cut short. That's how Salam Shalom Kitchen project came to life. And it's still, I think, probably pretty much the only project which been around for 5 years when Jews and Muslims work together. But that's the point, is that Israeli-Palestinian conflict is awful. But it's one of many conflicts. And as Jewish people, we have to stand up for the rights of both people. And that's exactly what we do in our community. And we always support, or try to support, charities which work with both Palestinians and Israelis. Because what we need to think about is the future generations. How we can bring Israelis and Palestinians children together and to think about it. And look, what's going on in politics now, it's very upsetting. But
there's a lot to say. There's a lot of brilliant examples out there around collaboration between different communities, but also around listening to each other. And there are organisations out there that this is what they do. Things like Solutions Not Sides. They encourage people to actually listen to each other. And I think it's for me, this is something that it'd be great to explore more, because I think if we don't talk about it and don't explore it, it doesn't help our movement to progress towards social justice. But also, it's great to actually share what we're doing. I've met so many people that are utterly surprised that anybody Jewish might be concerned about Palestinians. To me, it's like, why wouldn't we? But so I think there's something in there, and again, that collaboration and that building of alliances and engaging with people outside of our community is really important there. I think we've done.
No, just say the engagement outside of our community is crucial, because what is lacking is education, and people don't, the information is not out there, and that often is the case. So we are almost like ambassadors of our case for the rights of both people. That's why it's so important to get engaged, rather than kind of hide behind the closed doors as some people choose. It's not easy, because sometimes you hear all sort of comments coming your way, but that's the right thing to do, because when we talk about social justice, we talk about social justice for all people around the world.
Yeah, no, exactly. And so it sort of comes back to, if we believe in social justice for everybody, how do we do that when there's only a certain number of us, and we've only got a certain number of hours in the day, and we all have a certain number of commitments? And how do we work together when there are lots of different perspectives on what the priorities are and how we tackle them? And there's a comment here about, how do we work with people that are on different parts of the political spectrum? Absolutely. you know, and I think that engagement with ideas that are different is critical to this. And again, in the discussion yesterday between Matthew Gould and Danny Finkelstein, they were talking about leadership and about courage, and also about challenge. And I've yet to read an article on leadership that says you only talk to people that agree with you. You know, that you only work in an environment where there's consensus and everybody's all on the same page. You know, you might build that consensus about certain issues, of course, but you don't choose people to work with because they agree with you. You actually will get a lot further if we start to engage with people within our community and outside that do feel quite differently. We're going to need to wrap up now, so in a moment, I think, you know, maybe Tanya, if we hand to you for a sort of 1 minute wrap up. I just wanted to say to everybody, thank you so much for all of the comments. There's a lot in there about, well, how is LJ going to move this forward? What's our strategy? How are we going to identify how we collaborate, who we collaborate with, what's going to happen next step with the relationship with Citizens UK? Lots of discussions to have. So thank you for all of those comments. Tanya, I don't know when you say a final few words.
Just want to say that, you know, social justice is such a big topic. It's impossible to cover it in 1 hour, but it was a real joy meeting you, Jane, and working together on this session. I wish you really good luck as our social justice representative on the board, and I'm really excited about working with you in the future and all other communities in our liberal Jewish family.
Thank you, Tanya, and likewise, it's been an utter pleasure working with you. And I really look forward to continuing this. And I think, you know, as a sort of final takeaway, I can see on the chat there's a discussion around the starfish story, and I think there's a big job ahead of us. We've always known there's a big job ahead of us, but we can also all make a difference to one person in our lives and in our communities. And I think it's about doing both. Make that difference to one person every day, one step at a time, and let's tackle these bigger issues all together in collaboration. So thank you very much for your time. Thank you, everybody that's listening.
Well, thanks to both of you. That was a fabulous session. Lovely to see you, Jane and Tanya, and to listen to all the things you were saying. And the starfish story that you mentioned really was playing through my mind all the time, particularly that Tanya was talking about, starting off with something small that seems almost ineffective, but it begins making waves. And the starfish story, very quickly, is a man walking along a beach which is littered with thousands of starfish who have been dragged in by the tide, and then the tide went out and they're all just abandoned and stranded on the beach. And the man's walking along and he sees in the distance a little boy picking up starfish and throwing them back into the sea. And the man goes up to the boy and says, well, what do you think you're doing, son? What's this about? And the boy says, if these starfish stay here on the beach, they'll all die in the sun. They need water. So I'm throwing them back into the sea. And the man rolled his eyes at the kid and said, look, there's thousands and thousands here. How are you going to make a difference? And the boy picked up one of the starfish, threw it back into the sea, and then turned to the man with a smile and said, well, I made a difference to that one. And that's kind of, I think that's lovely. I mean, that was going through my mind the whole time that you were talking, that sometimes, as you pointed out, we can be a bit overwhelmed by the whole thing, but we need to remember that we can, whatever we do is going to make a difference, and that's what's important. And I think you've really helped us to see that, ladies. So, am I allowed to say ladies in these equality age? Whatever. Anyway, listen, that was brilliant. Go and have a cup of coffee. You've earned one. And thank you so much on behalf of everybody who you've touched this morning with your words.
Thank you.
Oh, we're back again. Okay. And I just wanted to say, before they put a thing up, that we're going to have you back in about 15 minutes with, at 10:45, there's a panel discussion to be introduced by my friend and colleague, Rabbi Charlie McGinsky. She'll be chairing that one. But also I want to say, even though she's going to kill me for it, that on the panel is Izzy Hawkins. And yesterday we said goodbye to Danny Rich and to Simon Venture, but we're also saying goodbye to Izzy, because she has been working for Liberal Judaism for possibly more years than Simon and Danny combined, for all I know, but certainly she's an ever-present fixture, and I know that she's just in the process of moving on. So on behalf of Liberal Judaism, it's thanks to Izzy Hawkins as well, who I know is sitting somewhere hearing this and really hating me for saying it. So sorry, Izzy, but had to be said. Anyway, as I say, we're going to have a little bit more of the Lily's legacy tapes now before we come back at 10:45 with the panel discussion. Have a great morning.
That really was my cup of tea. At the end of the day, to me, if anything, my understanding of Judaism, if you want to be really simplistic, it's making the world a little bit of a better place.
So Tikkun Olam literally means repairing the world. So it's really broad. I kind of did it on a more local scale, and I wanted to kind of build instead of repair, if that makes sense. With the project that I did, I wanted to start something and which could later fix things. I wanted to do something that I could make, because I think I would feel more kind of satisfaction from that and more pride. So I started off with a really broad sense of what I wanted to do, which was to collect stories about members of the community. I thought, you know, as I kind of grow older, as my parents grow older, and as kind of the former members of the Havurah grow, I thought it'd be really nice to just have something that captured the kind of original members of the Havurah, and to have former generations and this generation to be able to read it and look back on it, and just kind of something to really remember people in the Havurah that will be there forever.
We tried to work out what we actually wanted to say to students, and the students we were going to be talking to were year 10. That was when the school curriculum broached the subject, and it would either be as a result of religious studies or history or personal social development or social issues. So there were various hats under which this program in schools was going to be presented. And we felt we could tap into that with our own storytellers and event recollections. We put together a program based on our survivors and our refugees, some of whom were doing it anyway. Some had already given testimony to the Wiener Library and had been involved with, at the time, Schindler's List, and had given testimony to the Schindler Foundation. And slowly but surely we encouraged people to come forward and spend time with students, just telling them what it was like to be a teenager, growing up with these highly unusual, threatening circumstances, and how they managed to cope, and the lessons they wanted people to learn from it.
Teach us how to live, fill our hearts with joy and all the love you have to give.
You know, having two parents who were steeped in the Jewish world, but also only looking back do I realise that I was really lucky to come home and my dad was there. I always remember his sermons. I don't know if he was a great preacher or not, but I always got a lot from his sermons, even as a child. And it's also how I learnt something of his background, because sometimes he talked, for example, about his escape from Germany, and it would be the first I knew about it as a child. So I got a lot from his sense of social justice. There was once when I was saying, oh, it's the rituals that make us Jewish, and he was quite upset by that, and he said, no, it's not, it's about what we do in the world that's really important, the ethics that we live by. And he was very, in that sense, a true progressive Jew, because those were his priorities. In later years, it was very much his refugee work. He came in contact with Lord Alf Dubs, who at the time was campaigning on behalf of the children in Calais. And he'd always had an interest in refugee issues, but this kind of brought it really to the forefront for him, because we went to Calais with Lord Alves and myself and my brother, and he spent some time talking to the boys there and was really deeply moved and deeply shocked by what he'd seen. He said, you know, what those boys go through, he said, was far worse than anything that I went through. And so he continued campaigning, and that really became very important to him. But other things, I mean, at one time there was an organisation called Jonah, which is Jews Organised for Nuclear Arms Halt, and he was one of the first rabbis to sign up for that as well. And he'd always support JCOR, Jewish Council for Racial Equality. So a lot of interest, and some I probably don't even know about.
We have a community full of people who are sort of socially and politically active in the world. Actually, our community is funny because although on the one hand, there's a lot of people with certainly progressive political ideas, I would say, and quite a number of people with quite left-wing ideas. On the other hand, we're a community of people who do quite a lot of their social and political activism in their jobs or in their spare time life that isn't to do with Kahila. So quite a number of those people come to Kahila because they want a service to go to. They want a synagogue. And they often say, I don't come to Kahila to do social and political activism, I do that in the rest of my life. So interestingly, we're a community that perhaps doesn't, as a community, do as much activism as some other communities. But we're full of very active people. So it's a bit of a paradox.
The good changes are that people are enthusiastic, they are committed, they're involved in all the social programs. And I'm amazed at the number of people who take part in social programs. One of my grandchildren came along and helped with the drop-in here and so forth, you know, that's fine. But the interest in the programs of discussing Bible and study of texts has dropped off completely. The knowledge of Bible is almost nil. It's amazingly bad.
But we've moved very much more to the left as far as beliefs are concerned, in that suddenly ecology, green, veganism, all those things are now playing a big part in NPLS, certainly. We are now way out. We are almost an offshoot of the Green Party. But my views would be too right-wing for them now.
I suppose I had a choice, really. When I finished at the Student Union, I could have done what many of my colleagues done, which is got a job in a trade union and become a Labour Member of Parliament. That would have been the path. But for me, Judaism was important, and so I had to make a choice. You know, I think I made the right choice at the time, which was to try and combine my Jewish faith and my Jewish way of life with political activity. And then I've walked that tightrope for some 30 years before I toppled off relatively recently. I believe that religious organisations like Liberal Jews have to be political. They, of course, are not party political, and I try to separate my own party political activities as a Labour council and a prospective Labour parliamentary candidate with my religious duties as the head of the movement. And so, like every other thing that I've left, even though well committed to it, I've walked away and looked at something new.
I feel religion and politics should be kept separate.
I don't see politics as, I mean, politics is about life, isn't it? Yes, I think so. I think there is a difficult line, because maybe it'd be better if rabbis spoke about the issues as opposed to the party political side of it. If they spoke about poverty and homelessness and those things, I think it could be done so that by listening, the congregant would then look to see what the policies, what the manifestos of the parties were and how that was affected. It's not a separate issue, is it? Well, I mean, politics is about life as well, so yeah.
I think I would just say generally, don't be afraid to ask questions. Don't be afraid to know yourself. and don't be afraid to challenge things that don't sit right.
This podcast series of oral histories is part of the exhibition Lily's Legacy, Voices and Visions of Liberal Judaism, a project supported by the National Lottery Heritage Fund. It was produced by Mary Lawrence and Lucia Scatzaccio, sound editing and design by Lucia Scatzaccio, and special thanks to all the contributors who agreed to share their stories. For more information about what you've just heard, do visit the exhibition website www.lilieslegacyproject.com. You're listening to Lily's Legacy, a podcast series compiled from oral histories and produced as part of a digital exhibition exploring how liberal Judaism has evolved since it was co-founded by British visionary Lily Montagu in 1902. This episode explores the theme of youth and intergeneration Judaism. One of Lily Montagu's major achievements was the foundation of the West Central Jewish Girls Club in 1893. Since that time, liberal Judaism has been committed to the needs and future of its young people. As well as clubs run by the movement, a number of synagogues founded their own youth clubs. In this episode, liberal Jews reminisce about the clubs they formed and attended. Listen to the memories that date back to Lily's lifetime, as well as perceptions from our current young members.
I grew up going to the LJS, I went to Cheder there, to the religion school, and felt very much part of that community. I also went to the youth club there, which was called Square One. I wasn't bat mitzvahed, I was confirmed, and that was what was considered the route into sort of mature Judaism in those days. It was like Kabbalat Torah now. I was with a group of other young people who'd been through the whole religion school together. So we were a very close group, we were good friends. They're both in their 20s now, my daughters. But my youngest daughter, Helen, she was a LJY-Netzer staff member here at the Montagu Centre. And she feels very strongly about a sense of identity as a Jew, probably much more than I do, actually. But I think through her, I will have more of a connection with Judaism as well, as she gets older and if she has children. I think the whole idea of diversity and celebrating diversity in many, many ways is really carried out.
Good morning and welcome back to Liberal Judaism's Biennial at Home 2020. The panel session that's coming up next is one that I have been looking forward to all weekend. It fits really in the series of hot potatoes discussions that we have been having amongst liberal Judaism over the past year or so, where we've invited people to come and discuss with us some of the really difficult and interesting topics that have affected the Jewish community in that moment of time. There perhaps is one topic that is at the centre of that discussion, and that is of what is the Jewish community? Does the Jewish community need to speak with one voice? Are there times when it does and times when actually there is strength in a diversity of opinions and we can have the confidence to speak in many voices? I'm really delighted to be chairing this panel this morning that includes some of the greatest activists within the Jewish community from the younger generation, most of which have grown up within LJY-Netzer, and perhaps that they will talk indeed about whether there is something about growing up in LJY-Netzer that inspires them to be continued engaged within the Jewish community at large. And so from there, I'll introduce our panel. Actually, I'm going to allow them to introduce themselves. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being with us for this really interesting topic. I'm going to allow you or ask you to introduce yourselves, partly because you all come, although maybe with an organisation that you're either working for or represent in a different part of your life, but you have many, many different hats that you hold. And so rather than me try and give our audience at home a sense of that, I think it would be really lovely to hear that in your own voices. Let's begin with you, Graham. You've tried to include it all in your title, but perhaps you can give everybody at home an introduction to who you are.
Thank you, Charlie. It's a real pleasure to be here with everyone, and good morning, everyone out there. Yes, so currently my professional role within the Jewish community is working for Olam and JDC Entwine. I'll explain those in a second, but primarily it's a pleasure to be here as a member of the Board of National Officers for Liberal Judaism. I've been on the board for 5 years, and that has been a very interesting space to explore issues of collaboration within the movement and outside it. Olam is the umbrella organization of Jewish and Israeli organizations working in the international development, humanitarian aid, and global volunteering sectors. So in the UK, we have 50 members around the world. Within the UK, that includes SEDEC and World Jewish Relief. And some others around the world that you might have heard of are Israel Aid, the American Jewish World Service, Gabriel Project Mumbai, and also the JDC, so the Joint Distribution Committee, and JDC Entwine is the young adult engagement arm of the JDC. So that's what I'm currently up to.
Thank you, Graham. Just a little bit keeping you busy at the moment. And maybe, Laura, we can come to you next. We're always delighted to have your boss, Gillian Merron, with us. She spoke Biennial a couple of years ago and often is present with us. I have to say it was my personal highlight to watch her playing Gangeschlacht last night. But it's really wonderful that we have you representing Board of Deputies, one of your many hats, today with us today.
Thank you so much. And yeah, Julie and I have been speaking this weekend, and I know that she was definitely a fan of Gangeschlacht, which is lovely. So so my name's Lauren Kalis. I'm a member of Northwood and Pinner Liberal Synagogue. I'm also a Bogaret of LJY-Netzer. Still involved and living in the newest Moishe house in Hackney with my LJY-Netzer friends, which is really exciting. And after graduating from Leeds University last year, I started working at the Board of Deputies, which is the democratically elected representative body for the Jewish community, which will be turning a young 260 this year. So I'm the community engagement officer for the board, which was a new role when I started, and was focused about working with the Jewish community, with our member organizations, engaging the community more in our work and working with the community to make sure that there's stronger communication and stronger work happening. So yeah, that's a little bit about me.
Thank you, Lauren. Again, not very busy then, and we've been delighted to watch you pop up in many an LJY video as the LJY stream goes live from your house.
Yeah, that was lovely. I really enjoyed Havdalah last night for Biennial. It was
wonderful. Thank you, Lauren. Thank you. And Em, would you like to introduce yourself next?
Yeah. So hi, everyone. My name's Em. Good morning. Thank you for joining. My pronouns are she, her. I've been involved, I guess, maybe in like a leadership position for a number of years. I co-founded NAMOD, British Jews Against the Occupation. I also was organising with the Jews Against Boris campaign during the last general election. I was a former Moishe House resident where I lived from 2017 to the end of 2018. And led on Kadima in 2010 before I moved to the UK. And it's really a pleasure to be here and to be thinking about what does it mean to have a community that is collaborating for justice, and what does it actually mean to have thinking about this idea of having a communal voice, but like what is the next step after having a communal voice? Like where do we take action? And that's something that I'm very passionate about and looking forward to getting stuck into today.
Thank you. I hope you heard the session before this, or go back and listen to it, where I think they were beginning to pick apart some of those issues, and I'm sure they'd love to hear your voice in those discussions as well. Thank you. Izzy.
Hi.
I feel like not having you on this panel.
So for once, I'm not here in my LJ capacity, as that is no longer. I'm here as a member of the Global Board for Limud, which is a global organization that builds communities based on values and looking at kind of education and taking people one step further on their Jewish journey. Beyond that, I also do, I'm also the chair of the pod committee, which looks at professional development for all the Jewish youth movement workers. And in my day job, as it were, I work in public health for a local authority. So also, very different things.
Very different, and also incredibly busy. So I want to say, before we start delving into this issue, thank you all for giving up your time, because I know that you've got huge amounts of things going on, and as everybody keeps saying, we seem to be more busy since working from home than ever before. So thank you. I want to begin, before we sort of get into some of the nitty-gritty, which is, can you think of examples or give a sense of when collaboration really works for you? Or if that's too difficult, then maybe when it fails. And Graham, I'd like to start with you. Can you think of times when it's really succeeded, or, as I said, failed?
Yeah, so look, primarily for me in my current role, my role is to strategically engage the British Jewish community in the issues of international development and humanitarian aid, and looking at vulnerable global populations around the world. And the obvious one that sticks out in terms of cross-communal collaboration for me is the British Jewish community's engagement with the refugee and migration issue, with millions and millions of people around the world who have left their homes for reasons of persecution, and the shared history that that Jewish people have with that experience has meant that we've seen collaboration around things like drop-in centres in all the major denominations in the UK. We've seen great participation with organisations like Rene Kassan, and their campaigns around helping people stuck in incarceration. And, increasingly, I think that we're seeing good, positive collaboration around things like eco-synagogue, which is this new movement to get synagogues being more eco-friendly. And, there's certain issues, certain touch point issues that, we can't really argue with in terms of, yes, that is definitely a way to better the world, and don't fall onto necessarily strict political lines. Those are the ones that stick out for me. When we get into the politics side of things, that's when it becomes a bit more challenging.
Thank you, Graham. I think that's really helpful. Some really practical examples, and also an indication of when it does get more challenging. Izzy, coming to you, I mean, Limud is a really collaborative a project cross-communally. Is that the main example for you of where it succeeds?
I think it's a great example of where it succeeds. And I think part of it is about those values that we use to underpin everything that we do. And one of those values is respect. And I think that's key to everything that enables Limud to do what it does. I think people come to Limud and there's a level of respect that often isn't necessarily brought into other communal conversations. There's kind of much more of a willingness to agree to disagree in a lot of situations as well. And I think part of that comes from kind of it being a space for that and not having any other connotations to it other than that space to kind of share ideas and learn from each other. But I think it is an opportunity to see that we can do that as a community and we can bring people together to have those conversations and be productive in those conversations, even if not everyone's going to leave the room with the same opinion at the end of the day.
Thank you, Izzy. And indeed, I suppose part of Limud, of that study, is being able to have a difference of opinion. Lauren, that's probably slightly different when you're looking at community engagement with the Board of Deputies. What have been really successful communal collaborations for you?
Yeah, well, I'm actually, it's made me think about kind of my first experience of a cross-communal space, which was when I started at university. And I'd gone from kind of my Jewish engagement being my liberal Jewish engagement. And suddenly I found at university, if I wanted to have an engaged Jewish life, it was the Jewish society structure was what I needed to be involved in. And when countless people in the nicest possible way said, what is a liberal Jew? What are you doing here? Are you even Jewish? Blah, blah, blah. It made me really kind of much more able to articulate what it meant to be a liberal Jew. And then also with being on committee and my involvement, I saw the kind of positive power and also struggles that you get with cross-communal spaces. And that definitely, I think, has very much led to my role now at the Board of Deputies. And I think looking at it very simply, when all of our deputies come together to have our regular meetings, albeit online more recently, I think that alone is a huge achievement. We've got our first Haredi deputy in many years. I know that Liberal Judaism has 18 constituents of the synagogues and LJY-Netzer as well, which is really great. And in those rooms, a whole range of topics that the Jewish community feels passionate about are discussed, are debated, are challenged. And it's made me really see that it's, issues that impact the Jewish community, the opinions are not, it's much more complicated than it being a left, right, young, old, progressive, orthodox division lines. And it's really interesting to see what can come out of a space where people are able to discuss and realize those shared goals. And I think there are actually many shared goals and we don't often really recognize them and really appreciate them. And I think what happens is people feel that there's different ways to get to those goals. But I think when anyone has shared goals, working out how to reach those goals is can be a really positive and challenging thing. And I think we've seen that over anti-Semitism in the Labour Party. There was a letter where rabbis from, liberal, all the denominations, the Haredi community were all signing it to say that the way the Labour Party is dealing with anti-Semitism, is not good enough. I think the interfaith work, like we recently held a roundtable with the president of the World Uyghur Congress on the Holocaust Memorial Day. And it maybe shouldn't have done, but it still amazed me and was really positive to see that there were so many Jews in the room from across the political and religious spectrum that were there and had the same interests, the same goals of this persecution never should be happening again, not to the Jews, not to any other communities. And I think kind of, as this whole theme is, collaboration is hard, but I think that when it can work, it can really succeed and is a very challenging but exciting place to be in.
Thank you, Lauren. Thank you. A really full answer there. And I want to go to you, Em, with that, with those last words of Lauren, really, which is collaboration is hard, but when it succeeds, it can be really wonderful. Well, are there examples that you can see of difficult collaboration, but it working across the community for you?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, I think there are 2 points I'd like to make. I think first, what we've done with Na'amod is that we have decided to create a space of trying to, we've already noticed on this panel, is like collaborate and combine people around shared values, around freedom and equality for everyone. And that in Israel-Palestine and the end of the occupation has to be key. And from within that, we can draw consensus from people who come at this issue from various different perspectives. So whether they're liberal Zionists or non-Zionists or anti-Zionists, or if they're Orthodox Jews or liberal Jews and everything in between. And I think from that, we've built a really powerful and profound community that is, compelling our community to take a stand on the side of justice. And that's something that's been really exciting. And that doesn't mean there isn't obviously like tensions that can come up with holding a space with lots of different voices, but it's one that has united around shared values and a shared goal. I think what I would also caution, though, is that sometimes, obviously, I think collaboration is important, and I think it is important to have a community where people feel able to feel part of that. But sometimes the downside of that is twofold. The first is that often people who have a minority opinion are seen as being disruptive for this against the collaboration, and like that push to have consensus sometimes means that we have to forsake some of our values, and that has to be always in mind of people. And the second thing is that I guess that often, like, the end goal can't be collaboration, right? Like, it can't just be the fact that we, everyone is kind of in the room having the conversations, and that's good, because I think sometimes that means that what we do remains quite insular and inward looking around community dynamics. And actually, that if we are going to be collaborating, it needs to have a broader point and a broader goal that we're working towards. And that's also really important to hold. And I feel like the Jewish community is, I think, very good at the first step of like trying to get everyone in the room to have those conversations and be part of the conversation. But it sometimes we don't get to the next step of what does that actually mean in terms of us doing things and being effective and making meaningful change. So yeah, I think that it has to be both.
I think you've raised so many issues, which I'm sure many of our panelists want to come back to. And I also want to make sure that we come back to this issue of whether collaboration always has to mean consensus, which I think really came out from what you said. Before we get there, let's just see if we can pick apart a little bit about this idea of the Jewish community, maybe when it's given a sort of capitalization. So both to address that and also the question of whether it is possible at all for the Jewish community, however we understand that, to speak with one voice. Are there advantages of that? Lauren, it seems like this would be a good place to come back to you on.
Sure. I definitely think that although we have minority groups within Judaism, we need to remember that even the Jewish community, which I know for me more than ever in this job feels bigger than ever, we are still, a massive minority in British society. And I think we need to be, very wary of needing to come together to make our voice heard and our voice understood and our asks very clear. I think there's a very difference between, you're saying about the community speaking with one voice. I think it really depends what that one voice is saying. If that one voice is going for a complete consensus where other opinions are silenced out, then I think that there's a huge problem. But I think if that one voice is able to either aggregate the different views to work out how they are able to come together, or if they're able to then explain, as the board does in many of the meetings, we have to explain to so many external stakeholders that it may seem like there's one opinion and one, focus on things, but actually the community is very diverse, and it's our diversity is our strength, and it's also our challenge. And I think the board's role is about representing that diversity of views, and when there is more of a consensus, also representing that consensus, but making sure that all voices are considered, all voices are heard and listened to, and consulted in the decision-making process.
Thank you so much. But I do wonder, Graham, whether that's whether you have the same perspective as that over the possibility of the community speaking with one voice.
Look, I think that in my experience, there are certain times when it's expedient for us to speak with one voice, and there are certain times when it isn't. It can work when you find a touchstone issue that everyone can come around together on. So the issue of global social responsibility, which is what the primary aim of my work, that is something that we've seen all the central movements in the UK come together on, something like the World Jewish Relief's appeals around humanitarian disasters. But that doesn't mean that everybody got in the same room at the same time and all the head rabbis shook hands on it. It's about relationship building, and it's about having that the forum and the influence of certain leaders on those issues within the community to do it. I'd like to think that in the future we might actually come together and make wider statements around Jewish communal response to the impact of coronavirus in the wider world and vulnerable populations around the world. But I don't think that you can use collaboration across the whole community to as an opportunity to just bring everybody together for the sake of it. It doesn't work in practice.
Thank you, Graham. And Emma, I'm imagining that you would agree with Graham on that.
Yeah, I think that's very true, and I think that speaks to this piece of some of the things that Lauren said as well around it's important to be representative and diverse, but sometimes we can hide behind some of that language around having wide views represented or diversity in opinions to, I think, not be as clear what our values should be and what we should be taking a stand on. And sometimes there are, as Graham said, the right times to be trying to think of how we bring everyone together on a position. But sometimes what we need is moral courage and moral leadership to say this is right or this is wrong, and we need to push this forward. And I think that just because you have everyone in the room doesn't necessarily mean that that's the most effective way to make change. And I think it also speaks to this piece of it's great that we have these conversations, but again, just having the conversations and being able to say we have the conversations isn't enough if the reason you want to be able to have a community that is speaking or acting together is to make an impact. And again, I think that's something that we talk a lot in the community about, coming together and listening to lots of different perspectives. I think that's really powerful on one level, but I think we often stop short of taking action as a result of those. And, if we don't take that action, sometimes it's just about, I worry it can become a bit too introspective and about making us feel good about having those conversations as opposed to actually thinking what is our external impact on the world. And I think particularly from the justice perspective that I come from and are talking about in this panel, that to me is really important, that extra step. And without doing that, I think there's not much, those conversations are nice, but they can't be the end goal.
So I think that is a great launch pad into the next conversation. And Izzy, I'm really sorry, but I'm going to come straight to you. But you, up until recently, sat in the strategy department for liberal Judaism, and we're often having this discussion about the positioning for liberal Judaism as a movement. Is it important that we head towards the middle ground to take that first step of being part of the Jewish community? Sorry, I just used air quotes. The Jewish community, or is it important that we have our own voice and stress those differences? Where do you think, as liberal Judaism, we should be positioning ourselves?
I think it's two things. I think to pick up on what Lauren was saying earlier, I think there's a diversity in our community which is really key, and I think it actually gives us a lot of strength but we need to listen to that. And I think often within our community, we try to kind of ignore that and not do that. So I think there's that. And I think part of that is also about thinking about that understanding of each other and where we fit within that bigger community is also what helps drive us forward. As Em said, kind of what is next? What are the points of having these conversations? It's about understanding each other and each other's experiences, both within our community and without, so that we can move forward and we can collaborate to make things better, whatever that looks like. And I think the only way we can do that is to hear those voices. And if you're not willing to hear them, then you're never going to know how you can move it forward. But you also need to be able to respect that there's going to be a disagreement. And I think from a liberal Judaism perspective, you know, there are certain things that we're going to disagree on when it comes to practice or halakha or whatever it might be to other denominations. But there's also those underlying values that we all have. And I think that doesn't mean that we can't join together on with those values in mind to do things that don't go against those things that we disagree on or that we can't change for whatever reason. So I think it's something about, for me, I see liberal Judaism and like these opportunities, and I think Limud is one of them, as an opportunity to bring people together, to have those conversations and to make things kind of to change that conversation the way that it happens in the community. Because I think we have that diversity, and you know, it's very frustrating sometimes to be in the community, understanding that diversity when other people don't necessarily understand that it's a diverse community and they can label everyone as being the same thing. But at the same time, we don't necessarily use that to our advantage, and we don't use it to strengthen us as a community. And I think some people like shy away from using that. And I think that we need to find a space where we can do that both religiously and secularly. And I think, you know, Limud seems to have done that in a non-religious way for lots of people. But I think when it comes to the religious denominations, it's much harder to bridge those gaps and to create that space where it doesn't become a you and like an us and them situation. And I think liberal Judaism, with the things that they've been doing as a movement over the last couple of years, I think has helped push the community forward with lots of things, particularly around social justice. And that's a great thing. But I think there's also more about kind of how we can have those conversations and bridge those gaps as a community to enable us to be one voice when that's necessary, and we can all agree on something, whether it, you know, for example, in social justice settings, where having that one voice gives us more power and gives us more ability to make that change, but also not be scared of the fact that that's not always going to be the case. But how do we deal with that as a community without it just becoming a lot of shouting at each other?
Thank you, Izzy. Very interesting points. And Graham, I'd just like to come back to you then on the same question about whether liberal Judaism particularly or other organisations should be more focused on that emphasis towards collaborative working, or whether actually there is something important about those differences defining identity.
This is where I'm very lucky and I get to swap hats to my board hat. I'm very proud of being a board member of Liberal Judaism in that, you know, it's highly regarded around the world. And we heard on the conversation with the World Union for Progressive Judaism yesterday of being one of the more radical and explorative denominations of progressive Judaism around the world. In fact, we've even labeled ourselves in the past as being at the bleeding edge of modern Judaism. And I think that's a really, really important and defining characteristic of our movement. The question is, when it comes to the communal sphere, how do we use that to our best advantage? And on what issues are we going to stick our toe out and say, this is the one we're going to fight on, and on other issues, this is the one that we're going to work in a much more collaborative way. I think we have pretty good consensus within the movement on issues of like, you know, where we want to push forward, along with healthy discussion along the way. There's a really interesting question for me about where does the central body of liberal Judaism lead the synagogues and the rest of the community, and where do individuals or synagogues or the wider movement lead the central organization, and then how does that play out across our actions around the rest of the world? And you know, our conference of liberal rabbis and cantors plays a massive role in that, in the discussions that they have. And you know, just speaking really practically for us as a movement, we're at this really interesting intersection where we are thinking about what the leadership of the movement looks like for the future, and how is that going to affect our strategy in this way. And you know, it's a very exciting time in that respect, along with the dramatically changing world that we're in.
Thank you, Graham. Yeah, very, very important questions, I think, for liberal Judaism there that you raise, but leave somewhat still to be explored and answered. And I would like you to pick up maybe on the things that Graham said, because you've mentioned a few times it's important that we don't leave it at discussion, that actually we take that first step. How does that first step happen?
Yeah, I think that's the eternal question. I mean, I think that's why our values and like having an approach that is about like what do we actually care about in these situations. And I guess I'm just going to name it. I think like the annexation question and the occupation is like a really good example of where, you know, there has been calls for people to speak out about annexation or speak out against it predominantly, and a lot of communal institutions haven't done that yet or are looking at ways to think about what they're going to say. And some people have said they're not taking a position on that. And that is frustrating for a variety of reasons, because this is obviously one of the greatest moral crises facing international Jewry, I think, in our lifetimes. But speaking out is just not enough, right? Like just saying something's bad and just saying that this is a problem will be an issue. Like that makes us feel good and thinks that we have good moral values, but what actual impact does it make unless it is followed by tangible action and ways that sort of is actually like there has to be consequences if Israel does, for example, annex Area C of the West Bank. We have to be able to say that that will have an impact, but just saying something's bad is not enough. And I think that sometimes in terms of us like really being in solidarity with Israelis and Palestinians who are going to face terrible consequences as a result of annexation, we as diaspora Jews need to be able to have the moral courage and the leadership to say that like this is going to have an impact on the way we engage with Israel Palestine, and that's important. And I think that would make a significant difference both in terms of the values and our future relationship with Israel Palestine and wanting a place that the Jewish state or whatever it looks like in the end to reflect the values of equality and dignity for everyone, more than just words, and also more than just not saying anything at all.
Thank you very much. And Lauren, I'm not going to place with you having to comment for the Board of Deputies on the topic of annexation. That would be neither fair nor right. But I do wonder how you see it, that how can we reconcile as individuals national congregational movements having different stances on big communal issues?
Yeah, I mean, I think, and I know that this is a really hard issue, a really uncomfortable issue. You know, all of us have said that where the community can come together, we do see the benefit of having unity and a collaborative, united voice. And I think specifically over Israel, which is such a polarizing topic, arguably becoming more polarizing, it's really challenging and really difficult. And it's been, I think for me personally, a huge learning curve listening to the internal discussions on it. Also talking to so many of my friends about it. I've never had my friends be more engaged with the work I'm doing, which, you know, in some ways is a positive thing. And I think when there is an issue that has completely polarized the community, I don't think we're not seeing the pro-annexation or anti-annexation, or let's not comment on anti-annexation, dominating the conversation. All voices, I think, are strong and being heard and challenging each other. And I think this is a situation where this speaking with one voice is not going to work in the way that we would like it to work, because how as a representative body can we pick one voice over another? And in the statement that the board has published, we've made it very clear that the community is very divided on this issue, and because of that, how as a democratically elected representative body, we're not able, despite what my opinion is, what Gillian's opinion is, what the elected lay leadership is, what the Liberal Judaism deputies are, these are a whole range of opinions which are not going to be, at the moment, not going to be able to come together. But I think that what we've got to know that voices are being heard, are being listened to. As the situation in Israel changes, I think that the views of the diaspora and of our British Jewish community will be changed. And I think it's really important that this conversation around this issue and all other issues that British Jews are passionate about and liberal Jews are passionate about are brought up and voices are heard. And I know that in our deputy meeting, the liberal Jewish deputies, amongst many other deputies, are voicing their opinions. We had Ambassador Mark Regev there, who I know Rabbi Charlie, you also interviewed him. And I think we're making the plurality of voices heard on this issue. But I'm not going to pretend it's easy or an enjoyable time for anyone in the community. And I think that we're going to see more challenges coming up. And I just hope that, respect is a quality that's maintained throughout, and that people are able to voice their opinions, not be shut out of the conversations, and that this doesn't divide the community on all issues. But I think it would be wrong to acknowledge that there's strong unity over this.
Thank you, Lauren. I also want to acknowledge that we do really appreciate you being willing to sit here in this capacity and have this discussion, because it's really, really valuable. And we're hearing that from people at home coming through in the comments, that people really appreciate hearing that from you. So thank you. Graham, I'd like to come to you next, just to respond to what Lauren has said.
I think it's really interesting, this point of, here is an issue that there's clear division across, and the board has landed on this stance of not siding with anyone ultimately. My question, and this takes very much from the points that Emily's been making about action, is, does that mean that the board does nothing? Does that mean that, even within liberal Judaism, we've squirmed with this question of where do we speak out on the annexation issue, because there's not necessarily consensus with our movement. But does that mean that we do nothing? I'd like to think that the answer is no, we still do something, but it's tough to work out what that is, and how do you take a step forward when there isn't consensus, is my question.
I think we should really throw that question back to you, Graham, really, as the board member with responsibility for Israel, rather than to Lauren. But actually, I'm going to come to you, Em, because I'm sure that you would like to suggest perhaps some responses.
Yeah, I think and Lauren, I also appreciate that this is a difficult issue, and I don't want this to feel like this is being directed personally at you at all. I do think that we need to move away from this idea that not taking a position isn't taking a position. Remaining neutral in the face of this moral crisis is taking a position for all community, all institutions and all organizations, not just the board. And that's why Nalmod is calling for people to not only speak out against annexation and occupation, but also to have to take action against trying to stop it from happening. Essentially, we do have this window where diaspora Jewish communities can show their power and say that we will not stand for this to happen in our name. But this is what I was getting at the beginning, is that sometimes we sacrifice some of our values and our moral positions for the sake of having everyone in the room having their voices heard. And I don't think in times of questions of great moral crisis we can stand to do that. And I actually think it's really important that organizations do say that this is wrong and that we are going to demand action. So obviously Na'amod, for example, is saying that there are 4 key demands that we want people to do, organizations to do. One being to disaffiliate from the Zionist Federation unless they condemn annexation. The second one is to shift the way that you give money and give philanthropy to Israel, to organizations that have condemned annexation, to change the way we do Israel education in the community, to make sure that reflects the realities of occupation, annexation, and also to stop having uncritical relationships with Israeli officials, such as the ambassador. And I hear this desire to recognize that there are lots of different opinions, but actually I think that this is a moral question. Do we believe that people in Israel and Palestine all deserve to have equality and freedom and live in a just society, or do we not? And that is essentially what annexation is going to do. If we don't stand on the right side of this, we are going to be on the wrong side of it. And that's what we are calling for as Na'amod. And it is incredibly difficult in a community. Obviously, you know, 2 Jews, 7 opinions. We all know the joke, but actually I think on issues of moral, there should be moral clarity around this issue in particular. And that is why we feel that not taking a position actually is taking a position, and we need to stand on the right side of this.
Thank you, and I can also want to say that equally that there are a lot of comments coming in from people at home supporting your clear voice on this and the clarity of your position. And again, I think I want to thank you for articulating it so clearly. And partly, I think what's reflected as well is exactly the nature of this topic, and why it's actually there's something really powerful about having the strength of different voices beginning to think about what the next steps are. And Izzy, maybe I'm going to come to you. I'm not expecting you to suddenly come forth on a position on annexation, but I would like to ask you, how do you deal with that conflict of when there might be your own personal opinion versus the position of the Jewish community or the organization?
I think for a lot of people, it's a really difficult one. And I think it's one that I think everyone struggles with in lots of different ways. But I think my personal opinion on this is that we're all individuals, and we're all individuals who have our opinions on politics, on social justice, on whatever it might, on everything else in the world. I think the only way that people can make a change is by being vocal. And I think this idea that we have to hide as a Jewish people from saying the difficult things, whether it's about policy or about refugees or policy about annexation or anything else, I think is kind of, is ridiculous. It's like saying that, we shouldn't have an opinion on Brexit because someone else in another place might have an opinion about the UK because Brits are speaking out against the government. Like, I've never really understood it on a personal level. And I think, from a Limud perspective, like we don't make those sorts of statements. It's not something that ever comes to us. It's not something like we try to make sure that it's represented, that the issues that are coming up in the community are represented in our programming, and that the panels that we have are balanced, and that they have that, Naamod can speak up next to the embassy and everything else. But I think it's I don't know. I think this idea that we have to speak out as one community on everything is a bit ridiculous ultimately. But I agree with them that I think there is something about the fact that there are some things that join us together, whether it's morals or values, and deciding when that is and how that's going to work is key to us actually being able to have some impact. And it is difficult to have impact in a country that we're not part of, and that many of us don't vote in. Some of us do, but some of us don't. But I think as a community, like, we do have power, and we need to figure out where we can use that and have impact. And I think in the conversation before was talking about having that impact in social justice. And I'm sure this is something that Graham knows lots about. But I think, there is a thought process about what is the point? If we're not going to do anything, then why are we bothering to have the conversation? Like, if it's just to hear people's opinions or to disagree with each other, that doesn't have any impact on anyone except to make it seem like no one can make a decision. And that often it makes people seem uneducated as well. And I think as a community, whether you agree or disagree, or you feel that your job is to represent the Jewish people or Israel, or to not represent them, it is our duty to educate our children and our members and everyone in our community, and to take on that role to be educated, so that whatever that conversation is, you can have it in a way that is accurate and correct and can have some sort of impact, and be willing to listen as well. I think, we've all grown up in a movement that is generally very good at doing that, I think. And whether it's LJY-Netzer or Liberal Judaism or Netzer as a global movement, I think, it's something that we've all grown up with, the idea of being able to hold difficult opinions and difficult things, and being comfortable being uncomfortable, I think, is something that we're not always great at doing, but is also really key to growth, and both as individuals and as communities. And things aren't always going to be easy, and we need to accept that.
Thank you, Izzy. And it's come up so many times over this conference, and I think is such an important issue, is about that issue of discomfort. And I think as liberal Jews, that there is a theology actually embedded in our DNA of finding finding our way forward in discomfort. That actually being uncomfortable should be our drive for action. And I think that's a really important thing that's come out of this conference on collaboration. Graham, I know that you would like to comment about LJY, specifically about the Liberal Judaism Youth.
Yeah, I mean, look, our beloved youth movement, LJY, is the reason that I got into this work, is the reason that I'm on the board. And I'm sure it's the same for some others on this board as well, on this panel as well. Particularly, you know, the bravery in education that members of youth movements take. They find these challenging issues, and it's almost something like a badge of honor, I think, within a lot of movements, to find really challenging issues and try and educate on them, try and have a conversation. Youth movements are an amazing example of laboratories within our movement, or within the national Jewish community, of places where like things get experimented on and then come out the other end and end up with you know, inspiring action later on. And you know, it just reminds me, the last thing I want to say is Jess Mindell, in the opening session of this biennial. She said that you know, you have to, the thing that she took from LJY is that, you know, there's always these opportunities to, you have to be open to the opportunity that someone's going to come in with another idea or a different way of working on an issue, and you just got to run with it. And that's something I've really, really strongly resonate and have really taken into both my professional and lay spaces. And the really amazing thing about Limud is that it is this like grown-up kind of version of that, where we all go and we have these amazing conversations and really interesting ideas come out of it. And actually, quite often, I think some really interesting pieces of action and ideas that do get put into practice come out of Limud.
Thank you, Graham. And I think that there has been something very, very interesting about the current pandemic in terms of our reaction to it, which has been our ability to change, which has been that we've moved much faster and adapted much quicker than often it takes the Jewish community, particularly, time to do. And I think that has been a fascinating example. And we've had a question come in from home, which is, I think, particularly poignant about this moment, because one of the things about COVID has been that we have been able to operate in spaces that, a whole range of people have been able to operate in spaces that before have been closed to them, and have been able to access areas that otherwise the door might have been shut in. And Hava has asked, how relevant is the venue for cross-Jewish conversations? Haredi, Orthodox, Reform, Masorti, not wishing to share in a liberal space. And actually, I think that question is larger as well, for other people not being able to access different spaces. And Lauren, perhaps I'll come to you on this, which is the venue relevant for these cross-communal conversations?
Yes, I think it is. I personally don't think it is. I think it's about the people, and I think spaces are just, you know, a physical place where people of different opinions can come together, in the same way that's how I feel about, you know, going to NPLS or going to camp. It's not about the space, it's the people that make up those spaces. But yeah, I mean, that, you know, the Board of Deputies meetings were held in the British Medical Association building as being a neutral space, and I do think that is also a benefit of online spaces, that they do feel a lot more neutral. And I think that kind of, you know, Charlie, some of the things you were saying about more people being able to access more spaces is something that is, you know, I don't think anyone should deny that that's, you know, a real benefit to have come from this. And it's something that we need to be continuing. And even if it's trying to replicate this kind of feeling in a physical space, I think that that's what we need to do, because I think we're all seeing the benefits of it and how it can be done. And technology is obviously a huge help in that. And I'm really hoping that this is something that benefits the Jewish community going forward about spaces, meetings, discussions being accessible.
And Izzy, I'll come to you on the same question, because actually Limud has gone virtual, like Biennial, and I wonder whether that has meant that space has taken on a different nature in terms of who can collaborate with whom.
Absolutely. I think it's completely changed the idea, and in some ways removed the idea of space completely. I think we've seen that by going online, not only can that collaboration happen across oceans in a very different and in some ways much easier way, but also it enables connections through people. So, you know, people who are in South Africa can attend an event in the UK and not have to worry about if they can fly over and pay for a hotel and vice versa. And I think there is definitely something about those connections that have grown and built, and lots of people who would have liked to have attended an event elsewhere and see how they do things. But I think there's also something really interesting about the removal of space, because I think for us, at least from an event perspective, the space makes a big difference, and like having people together and I think the thing that lots of people have struggled with is that social piece of being together in a room. Like, how do you have kiddish together? How do you have those informal conversations because you bump into each other in the bar after a bunch of sessions, or you're in the line for lunch? And I think that's something that's really difficult, and I'm not sure it is possible to recreate online or when you're not there in person, but it's something that people are trying. And I think we can't, as much as we have grown both globally and as an event and as individuals, I think there is something about not trying to lose that importance of those small little moments that we have with people that wouldn't have happened because you had to arrange to call them, or you had to make sure you're in the same place at the same time. But I think what we've learned is definitely something about kind of and I think something that synagogues, I'm sure, are thinking about as well, is just because we're in a place and someone else isn't, doesn't mean they can't be part of something. So, you know, just if we go back into synagogues or we go back to a physical event as for Limud events, doesn't mean that you can't have speakers on a platform like this being part of a debate with someone else who is in the room, or, you know, people being able to take part because everything can be streamed, because everyone is now much more on the ball with what that looks like and how little is needed to make that happen. So I think that's something that everyone is going to be thinking about as we move forward, is what does that new normal, as everyone's calling it, look like, to be able to not completely break down the connections that have been built during this time, but also acknowledge that there are some things that you can't do online, and you need to have people in one place together. Just to quickly go back on that point about, does it have to be a neutral place, like very, very quickly, as just to say, I think there is definitely something psychological for a lot of people about being somewhere neutral, especially if it's a difficult conversation or with people they've not had a conversation with before. And I think as much as individuals that might not impact us, it's something to keep in mind when we are trying to bring people together, that other people react to different things in a different way, whether that's the space or the people or the questions that are being put to people. And I think that's something that in this world of being more inclusive through being online, we have to remember that that doesn't look the same for everyone.
Thank you, Izzy. And we're coming, I can't believe we're coming to the end already. And I have seen just that, interestingly, a comment has just come in, and are going to throw it out there, which is, do you think that the new leader of liberal Judaism can speak for the whole of liberal Judaism? And Graham, I think that it would be really unfair not to start with you. And that I should also point out that question comes in from Paul Silvermeyer, who is a member of the board, as well as Graham. So he knew that he was putting perhaps an unfair question to another member of the board.
My warm regards to Paul. You know, this is the question that one of the key questions that the board is discussing and you know, wants to discuss with the movement, because it is a really important part of our strategy moving forward. Look, ultimately, I think that you know, the future leader of the movement should be able to speak out on certain issues for the whole of LJ. It's really important in terms of, you know, the 24/7 media world that we live in terms of consultation and getting things right, that they do that. And I hope that we pick the right person who, you know, or have the right structure in the end that enables that to happen in the best way. The best strength that leadership should recognize, that the best strength is being able to portray that, you know, there might be a diversity of opinions within the rabbis and the chairs and the movement as a whole. But I hope that we are in a place where we can take true moral leadership in the future on specific issues. And I know that, you know, I just want to take this personal opportunity to thank Rabbi Danny Rich for his legacy on doing that around a huge number of issues, many of which that we've talked about on this panel today. And you know, he set the bar so high, and we're so grateful.
Thank you, Graham. Hear, hear. And Izzy, do you want to comment on the same question?
Sure. I think yes and no. I think, which I know is not necessarily the answer anyone wants. I think I agree with Graham that there is, you know, one of the great things about liberal Judaism is this umbrella for a diversity of voices, and we need to represent that and respect that. But I also think that liberal Judaism has values and has morals and has things that it believes in as a movement that our founders believed in when they created the movement. And as a movement, we can represent that. And it doesn't necessarily have to, I think there's some people conflate the membership with the leadership. And yes, the leadership needs to be representative, but I don't think that the leadership has to, as Em says, like shy away from making a statement or something just because there are people who disagree. I think, you know, as a movement, we have particular stances and values, and we need to follow that. And if that means that some members are going to slightly disagree, that doesn't mean that they're not welcome. It just means that we are able to have those conversations and be that umbrella for people and that tent that everyone is welcome in, because we are a welcoming community. And, you know, as Charlie likes to say, the home for everyone's Jewish story. But I think it's something that is a difficult one for people to balance both individually and as a movement. But I think there are things that we can say quite confidently as liberal Judaism. This is what we believe as a movement. And, you know, our synagogues may say differently and our members may say differently, but the movement has particular things that it believes in and follows and works towards. And that doesn't change depending on who speaks for it, I don't think.
Thank you, Izzy. Thank you. A very clear articulation there. And Lauren, can I come to you next?
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking that, you know, I've been talking to Graham and other people in LJ about the development with the new leader of LJ. And one of my colleagues at work says this, and I think it applies to liberal Judaism and the board structure, you know, that a leader should be one step ahead of their followers. But if they're 2 steps ahead or more, then they're just a person on a walk. And I think it's really finding that kind of that model of leadership. And that's what I hope, you know, will happen for the new leader of liberal Judaism and what people are seeing in the board.
Thank you, Lauren. Thank you. I think we'll try and make some coasters out of that. That's a very good expression. I'm going to come to you too.
Yeah, I won't pretend to have any particular strong knowledge of the process of finding the new leader of LJ, but I do think that, I guess, for people who care deeply about the role of institutions in our Jewish community, which I think a lot of people on this panel do, and a lot of people listening will, I think that really reinforcing the need for moral courage at a time where there are a lot of crises affecting the world, that I think it's important that Jews like embolden, live out our values of justice and B'Tselem Elohim and all these different things that we bring to our experience of how we want to interact with the world. We need leadership that is going to be unafraid and unequivocal to take stands on important issues. And definitely from the people that we have in our module, we've tripled in size since we relaunched in September. A lot of people, they're very deeply committed Jews and people deeply committed to Jewish life, but have felt that at times our institutions have not reflected the values or not taken the stances that we would want them to see and be. And I think that's why it's really important that going forward, when we think about this leadership, it is about having moral courage and being bold to say the things that are sometimes challenging and difficult, but, you know, actually leading. And I think that that's always a struggle and a challenge, but it can be so rewarding and so important, I think, for those of us in the community who are looking for that that guidance and that leadership to take place.
Thank you so much, Em, and thank you to our panel. I have to say that if the Jewish community goes forward being represented by the people on our panel, then we have a very, very, very bright, exciting, not afraid of conflict and the creativity that can come out of disagreeing and also coming together. For me, this has been a really, really important panel, and I can tell all of you that from the comments that have come in from home has been, when can we hear more from the people on this panel? So please make sure that you check your inboxes, because there are going to be lots of messages from me asking when we can have that happening again. So thank you so much.
Thank you for inviting us, Charlie.
Oh,
Yeah,
such a pleasure. Really, really.
Thank you.
It's been, I believe in the, yes, absolutely, Lauren, that the leadership needs to be one step ahead, but also needs to be made up of multitude of different voices, and that when they come together in the way that they did on this panel, it really is exciting and creative. And so, yes, really, thank you so much for being a part of it. We have a really exciting rest of the conference to come, beginning at 12 o'clock with our faiths panel, which is going to see the quite wonderful Rabbi Mark Solomon attempt to bring the most number of people to a panel that we've seen so far. So please come back here and join us at 12 o'clock. I also want to remind you that our lunch and learns are at 1 o'clock, not 1:30, at 1 o'clock. We have Rabbi Pete Tobias. If you haven't seen enough of him yet, then please come and join him for his lunch and learn. And also Rennie Kassan is the other one. If you've registered, you should find the Zoom link in your inbox. Would be remiss of me not to remind all of you who are enjoying this wonderful conference that we have been able to open it up to everybody by ensuring that it is free to access. It is, however, not free for us to produce. And if you can afford, if you have enjoyed it, then please make your way to the Liberal Judaism website and donate. It helps us to ensure that Liberal Judaism really can be a home for everybody's Jewish story. We know that if everybody who is watching this made a £25 donation, for example, that would help us cover our costs and ensure that we can continue to bring such wonderful resources, such incredible people, as you saw in the last panel, into your homes, and continue to make sure that Liberal Judaism is a home for everybody's Jewish story. Thank you.
In many, many ways, is really carried out within Liberal Judaism and within LJY-Netzer, who are the children, who are the next generation. And I've seen that through my daughter, that Rabbi Eli's wife taught her for Kabbalat Torah, and I think has been enormously and very positively influenced Helen and Claire. And I think the welcoming in and valuing people who think in a different way, valuing people of different races and different religions, I think is tremendously positive.
I feel that one of the big strengths of Judaism traditionally is that we've always included everyone. It's children with the oldest, if you think of Jewish weddings, youngsters and the grandmas and the great-grandmas, and everyone all gets up and does a little dance together. And at Seder night you have a whole thing. And unfortunately, I think in society generally, that has tended in the last 30, 40 years, people are doing things more in separate groups, and that's beginning to permeate into schools as well, where you get a lot of separate, obviously youth are very important, they're our future, but I think that whole thing of having the chance to do things together and also having chance to do age-specific things when it's relevant is very important for Judaism. It's something that Judaism could give to help to do for themselves to be thriving communities, but also to give to the rest of the population.
I became quite active in the youth movement at North London Progressive. After a while, I met my wife Sheila. I persuaded her to come with me to North London Progressive. We both became active in the running of the youth group, and suddenly we were committed. I was that damned young upstart, which is how the majority of the North London establishment saw me. We had what was known as FLIPJIG, the Federation of Liberal and Progressive Jewish Youth Groups. And because of our connection with North London, we were on the committee, we were running North London. Sheila and I became involved in FLIPJIG. And through FLIPJIG, we became involved in the youth section of the World Union. We kept the youth section together for a long time. And to do that, we needed Lily Montagu. So she was there. We didn't have a great deal to do with her. I mean, she was there, and we'd say, "Good morning, Miss Lily," and she'd say hello, and we'd get on with our work, and then she'd be in and out. So we were, on the one hand, involved with her through World Union and the youth section and so on, but I was also working at the Oxford and St George's Boys Club. I was a club manager at O.St.G. Sheila helped out there. I taught in the religion school at Oxford and St George's, and also involved as a member of North London Progressive Synagogue, the youth club, the World Union Youth Section, Federation Youth Section. And so I've got 5 children. They've all come through the synagogue. They've gone through religion school. They all went off to Kadima and enjoyed it and loved every second of it and benefited from it. They all, to this day, have friends that they've made in the liberal movement, very close friends. And wherever they are, spread around the world, they're all part of the liberal scene.
Laura, who's the oldest, was chair of the synagogue for 4 years and did a great deal of work to improve the synagogue. She's our oldest. And she's married to Danny Rich. Between them they have 8 children.
My father was one of 8.
Yeah. Your father was also a treasurer of the synagogue. So it's gone down in generations. His father, he was chair, I was chair, Laura was chair. Our second child, Michael, is incredibly involved in the synagogue. He never misses a service, Friday night Shabbat, and it matters hugely to him, that community. And he has 2 children, one of whom was deeply, deeply involved and has now moved her allegiance to climate change. She's an activist in a big way. And then we have a third child, Rebecca, who is a member but lives in South London, in Dulwich, doesn't want to join South London because Finchley's always been where they're comfortable.
So when I was 18, I left home and left here and went to university. I joined the Liberal Jewish Society at university, which was lovely, because we used to meet in people's houses and have a meal, shared meal. And I remembered the girl who organised it always wore a yarmulke, which I thought was amazing, because that wasn't the case here. We were still quite traditional in some ways here.
And when I was 14, a girl that I knew said that she was going on this Jewish summer camp, and she asked if I wanted to go because I'd been like, oh, my dad's Jewish. And I think just the general sort of atmosphere of how fun everything felt and how communal, and just all felt really full of joy and like togetherness, and just being part of something just felt really great. And then I continued on my LJY journey and I went on tour. So that was the first time I'd been to Israel. Thinking back, it was such a strange journey because none of my family knew anything. So I was the one that was finding everything out, really. It felt like I was kind of going in blind and just taking all this information. I remember just feeling so confused. Like, we went to Israel and everyone was like talking about, oh, when did you last come on holiday here? And I was like, why did everyone come on holiday here? Not really quite understanding it and all of that. I didn't quite understand what Israel was and what it meant. But again, loved it, had the best time. And then I started teaching at South London Liberal Synagogue. And then I went on LJY-Netzer with LJY. So that was 8 months in Israel. And that was kind of the most pivotal point for me, I think, because I was having this in-depth Jewish education. It was like my first time on camp, but times 10, I just felt so happy and like connected so much to being in a Jewish space with Jewish people. And so when I came back from that, I was so clear that Judaism was my thing, and I had this amazing community around me from it.
My parents insisted that I try a Jewish youth club, and at that time there were Jewish youth clubs everywhere, unlike there is now. They were for late teenagers and early 20s, so I tried them at several synagogues. So I went to each of them and hated every one of them because nobody looked after me, and all the girls were sort of dressed up and fancy and the rest of it. So I refused to go to any more, but a friend of my parents said their son was going to a very nice Jewish youth club, and that was in Streatham, so he would take me along to it, and I resisted this for several months. And then I finally gave in and went, and that was a South London Liberal Synagogue in Streatham, and I just loved it, and that was it. That captured me for liberal Judaism. That programme that was taking place on my first visit was a talk on interplanetary travel. I remember that, and that was one of the things that really made me very enthusiastic, that it was a reasonably interesting, sensible programme that somebody had prepared. And really it swept me into the movement, and eventually I joined South London Liberal Synagogue.
When I came to Brighton, they were starting a youth group for 13-year-olds. So I became a member at 13, and for my sins they made me the secretary to the committee at 13. I didn't know much about being a secretary, but anyway, that's what they made me. Now, my mother was a pianist, and they decided they would put on some shows as youth groups, and so she became the pianist for the shows. So that's how she became involved and joined as members of the shul. So I've been involved and a member of the shul for about 67 years of the 68 that I've been here. In 1957 I met my husband, youth club, and he lived in Bexhill and came to Brighton because this was the only place that he felt he could meet Jewish people, because Bexhill didn't have many Jewish people living there.
I came to the West End with my mother. There was this liberal club for girls, so of course I joined it, and I wasn't aware there was liberal at all. It was just a Jewish club for Jewish girls. Oh, we met, sang, danced, played netball, did the kind of things you do, did some needlework. It was mostly in the evening after school. Well, Lily Montague and her sister were there. They ran the place more or less. It was
throughout our liberal Jewish family around the country, working together across the Jewish community, working together across countries and continents. In this session, we're going to talk about another kind of working together, one that I'm convinced is extremely important in our world today and very important for us spiritually and practically as liberal Jews, and that's working together across religious divides, across faith communities. So I'm very, very happy to be joined this morning by some friends of mine who are going to lead us in a discussion thinking about what it means to work together across religions, across faiths. And I'm going to briefly introduce the people that you see on screen right now. There are 7 of us here. We have 2 of my rabbinic colleagues, both of whom are very involved in interfaith work. Rabbi Jacqueline Tabik, Jackie Tabik, who is the rabbi at the moment of West Central Liberal Synagogue, as well as convener of the Beit Din of Reform Judaism and the European Beit Din, but is also the co-chair of the World Congress of Faiths. Rabbi Michael Hilton, who is Rabbi Dr. Michael Hilton, I should say, who is currently scholar in residence at the LJS, the Liberal Jewish Synagogue in St. John's Wood, has written some very important books on Judaism and Christianity, including The Christian Effect on Jewish Life, a really important and pioneering study, and about Rabbinic Judaism and the Gospels. And he's also been for many years Reform Rabbi of Kol Chai, Hatch End Congregation. Of course, there are many, many other rabbinic colleagues out there whom I could have invited to take part in this session, but I'm delighted that Michael and Jackie are with us this morning. I have 2 Christian friends here as well. There's the Reverend Nathan Eddy, who is a United Reformed Church minister, a scholar, a biblical scholar. He's recently completed a doctorate in the Psalms and has recently been appointed as Deputy Director of the Council of Christians and Jews. And I know Nathan in particular from Westminster Scriptural Reasoning Group, where we've had some lovely discussions in recent years. So welcome to you, Nathan. And Sister Kasia Kowalska, Katerina Kowalska of the Sisters of Zion, who are based in London, in Notting Hill, in Chepstow Villas, but have congregations, communities around the world. And the Sisters of Zion specialize in Jewish-Christian dialogue, reconciliation, and understanding. And I've had the joy of doing a lot of work at Chepstow Villas for the Sisters of Zion. Sister Kasia is also a scholar, currently completing her PhD at Leo Beck College. So she's a great friend and colleague to many of us in the Leo Beck community and across progressive Jewish communities. And finally, I'd like to welcome 2 Muslim friends. And it's a very special welcome today because, as many of you will know, today is Eid al-Fitr, is the great feast, one of the greatest feasts of the Muslim year that concludes the holy month of Ramadan. And on this very special day, they have taken the time to join us here at our Liberal Judaism Biennial. I'm very, very grateful for that. I wish both of you Eid Mubarak. First of all, to you, Halima. Sheikha Halima Krausen is a very old friend of mine. We met many years ago at the Jewish Christian Muslim conferences in Germany, where we became friends and began teaching together Jewish Muslim text study, as we've done pretty much every year for the last, I don't know, 25 years or something like something scary like that. And Halima has also been a regular at Limud conferences here at Christmas time over many years, and a much loved figure at Limud. She is the only Muslim who comes to the Jewish Christian Bible Week. That tells you something important. And Halima works at the University of Hamburg in the Center for the Study of World Religions and has been a leader of the the German-speaking Muslim community in Hamburg for many years. It's a real pleasure to welcome you to our Liberal Judaism Biennial, Halima. And last but certainly not least, I'd like to welcome Mash Alam, also known to many through Twitter as Mash Joy. And Mash is an activist in interfaith work, both in the real world, but also very, very prominently in the cyber world. Mash, through his Twitter feed, inspires me and many with a vision of what interfaith relations can be and how they can help and strengthen our communities and our world. But Mash will tell us also about the interfaith work he does on the ground. I know that he is a regular at the LJS, at the Liberal Jewish Synagogue, and involved with other Jewish communities around North London as well. And so, Mash, thank you so much for joining us on Eid today. Of course, it's Eid is the first day of the Muslim month, and we're celebrating Rosh Chodesh, the first day of our Jewish month of Sivan today, because we're united as Jews and Muslims by measuring our calendar by the cycles of the moon. So welcome to you all, and thank you so much for joining in. So to begin our discussion after that introduction, I'd like to pose to each of us a key question. What is it that motivates each of you in your interfaith work? All of us have done a lot of interfaith work of different kinds over the years. Why? What makes us do it and reach out in that way across religious boundaries? And what do we get from it personally? And why does it, what inspires us in our interfaith work? I'm going to turn first to you, Mash, to share with us your thoughts and your ideas about that.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. So I spent much of my formative years volunteering in the Jewish community and Jewish organizations during my university years. So I was a volunteer for many, many years with Chabad. I was a helpline volunteer at Chabad in Gans Hill. And through that, I made many lasting friendships, and both the support I was giving to people, but also the friendships I made within the Jewish community really gave shape and sparked my desire to continue to collaborate and volunteer within the Jewish community. And I guess that also went on to inspire my kind of interfaith work within other faith communities as well. And I'm often asked what motivates my interfaith social action across different faiths. And when I'm reminded as a Muslim by the advice given to me many, many years ago by a rabbi, and it was this, be true to your faith while being a blessing to others, regardless of their faith. And that's what inspires me as a Muslim, and that has been the kind of underpinning philosophy that I've adopted that continues to inspire much of my interfaith work across faith communities. So I would say that the Jewish community really shaped or inspired my desire and passion to enter the interfaith world. And I'm really grateful to the Jewish community for all they've done to inspire me, to motivate me, and to give me the encouragement to go out there, change people's lives in small ways, but also to make lasting friendships in the Jewish community, which I may not have had I not embarked on these great opportunities volunteering in synagogues and Jewish organizations.
Thank you, Mash. That's really wonderful. I suppose just diverging briefly from that, this Eid must be an Eid like any other, after a Ramadan like any other, unlike any other. Do you want to just say a little bit about what it feels like celebrating Eid in our lockdown, as we as Jews, of course, celebrated Pesach during lockdown, and we're going to have Shavuot this coming week. Tell us a little bit about how that has been for you.
So this is the first Eid where we have not had the opportunity to visit the local mosque or whatever mosque we're attached to. And it's also been really challenging because in my community where I live, you know, on Eid Day, our doors are open. So we invite many of our non-Muslim neighbors and friends to join us for the Eid feast. And, you know, as a family, we're having our Eid feast this year, and to see many of my non-Muslim friends missing from the table is, you know, is really disheartening. But, you know, inshallah, next year, I'm looking forward to inviting many of my neighbors, particularly many friends that I've met through social media from the Jewish community who I've, you know, already told that I look forward to seeing them next year at our Eid table.
Inshallah, that's wonderful.
Inshallah.
Thank you, thank you. Jackie, I'd like to turn to you next. And
thank you very much, Mark, and thank you, Mash, and I hope it's a wonderful Eid for you. I was brought into the interfaith world when I was a teenager by my rabbi, Rabbi Dov Marmor. It's a number of years ago. I won't mention how many. But it was the first time there had been an interfaith dialogue between a Jewish community in Britain and a Christian community in Germany. In fact, it was in Hamburg, they came to visit us and we went to visit them. And that opened for me an amazing vista of knowledge and other experiences. I think when talking to Rabbi Marmor, his motivation largely at that point was to try and spearhead an understanding of Judaism in other places, to avoid, if ever possible, the growth of anti-Semitism and the horrors that led to in Europe. And I'm reminded very much of the teaching of Hans Kung, that, you know, unless there is peace between the religions, there can't be peace in the world. And that is certainly something that has motivated me over the years to keep involved in this work. There's also, of course, though, been the fact that you meet great friends, those people who are able to be involved in their own religion fully and be able to be open to others at the same time, tend to be people who are really very nice to know. They can be very good friends in times when you need support, in times when you need to be held. And sometimes within one's own community, that can be difficult. It's easier to go outside of your own community sometimes to have that support. And then there is, of course, the lessons that you can learn. And they're just myriad. Taking me back to Jewish, Christian, Muslim events in Germany, which I was part of very much as a Lübeck College student, there was a teacher there from the Muslim community, and I can't remember his name, which is terrible, but I very much remember sitting in his car when he was driving on an Autobahn at sort of 50, 60 miles an hour with his eyes shut, saying mantras. And I thought, well, you know, he's got faith. And if only I can learn that faith from him, it will serve me for the rest of my life. So that's just, you know, a flavor of what one can learn over the years.
I know of rabbis who have been known to drive along saying psalms with little attention to what's actually happening on the road in front of them. Thank you, Jackie. And we'll come back to you for more detail on that later. I'd like to invite Nathan to share his thoughts with us about that.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you for having me at this biennial. It's good to be here. I'd like to start just briefly by saying thank you as well to Rabbi Danny Rich, if I may, who's one of our longest serving presidents at the Council of Christians and Jews, where I'm privileged to work. And Rabbi Danny also is, I believe, our only president who's chaired a CCJ branch and even helped set one up. So I know how important interfaith dialogue is to Rabbi Danny. So as he steps down, just a word of thanks. I guess what motivates me personally, I thought I'd start with a personal story, although I'm not sure it illustrates my own motivation for Jewish-Christian dialogue. But when my family and I first moved to the area, we live in North Marylebone, just near the canal, and our nearest synagogue is the Liberal Jewish Synagogue, which, as the crow flies, is just a few hundred meters across the canal. And we went to the community Hanukkah service when we just moved about 5 years ago, and we were invited because my wife is the vicar. We were invited as a family to light the Hanukkah candle. And I'll never forget my daughter, who was 5 at the time. It was Rabbi Neil Janes at the time was the rabbi leading the service, and Rabbi Neil passed the shamash, the helper candle, to my daughter, and she lit the candle. I can't remember how many. Maybe it was the whole Chanukiot. But and then she blew out the shamash candle, the helper candle, and handed it back. So. Rabbi Neil always reminds me of that whenever we see each other. I suppose what motivates me in Jewish-Christian dialogue is that it helps me to be a better Christian, a better person, a better father, better community member here. I suppose in particular at this biennial, with liberal Judaism in mind, I'm inspired by the courage of liberal Judaism to ask difficult questions. I was happy to tune into the Hot Potatoes session a few weeks ago on the future of liberal Zionism. I was really impressed with the breadth and of dialogue and the candor and the courage of well, even just to put such an event on, really. I guess it's also liberal Judaism's courage in including people like gays and lesbians and others in leadership and vouching for them in wider society. So it helps me to be more courageous and more faithful and to ask those difficult questions of my own tradition.
Thank you, Nathan. That's wonderful. I'd like to turn to you, Kasia, if you'd.
Hello, everybody. I also want to say a big thank you, Rabbi Mark, for inviting me. It's really a big honor to be among you and such a wonderful people of dialogue. So my story actually begins when I was in my late 20s, when I was studying Catholic theology, doing my MA in Krakow. And I was invited, just because I knew English, I was invited to a workshops for American Poles, Germans, Jews and Christians about Dabru Emet by for academics and students. They want to bring us together for 1 week just to experience being together and studying very important texts. And
Want to just quickly tell us what Dabru Emet is, Kasia, because not everybody.
It was one of the first responses to document produced by Vatican II Nostra Aetate Catholic document about inter-religious relations of Catholic Church toward other religions. And Dabru Emet, it is from Jewish side. At that time, it was mainly written and signed by progressive Jews, but as much as I know, there are also now some Orthodox rabbis who signed it. And we were very excited to read this document and study this document together. And there was a rabbi, first time in my life, I met a living Jew and a rabbi, and who was very highly influential on us. We were my friends who were there as well. His name was Rabbi Michael Zigner, Zichrono Livracha. He died a few years ago. And I remember, just to bring how inspirational he was, I remember one moment we were standing in front of a Catholic church whose name was Immaculate Conception. And I remember an American Jewish person came to me, a woman, and she asked, I was just at the beginning of my theological studies, and she said, so can you explain what does it mean, this dogma, Immaculate Conception? And I just didn't know where to start. And I remember Rabbi Michael jumped into the conversation And he, within 2 sentences, he was able to explain this very, very difficult dogma. And at that time, I thought, if a rabbi so deeply rooted and loving Judaism can know so much about Christianity, maybe this is a path for me to follow. And it was like a big motive to learn more about Judaism, live Judaism today. And it led me to what I am doing right now. When I finished my Catholic theology, I asked Sisters of Zion to join them, a religious community. I thought at the time this is my path where God wants me to be. And I chose this particular Catholic congregation because of what they do of their life dedicated to dialogue and reconciliation. In our constitution, the most inspirational line says to be a witness to the love of God to the Jewish people, and to be dedicated to work in the church, to be close to the Jewish community, and to work for the world of social justice, peace, and love. And of course, there are various ways of doing it. For me, it is dialogue and it is theology. And as I said, this meeting with Rabbi Michael led me to ask if I could continue my further studies in Judaism. I chose, and I asked to be a PhD student at Liobeck College, an open university, and Liobeck College kindly welcomed me with open arms. We have a very long relationship with this college since the very early beginnings. And the dialogue there, it's amazing for me because it is dialogue through our conversations in the corridors, in the libraries with my very dear friends. And it really gave me a lot of opportunities to deepen my own faith, but also to understand Jews and Judaism. And I learned a lot, and I am deeply inspired by how liberal Judaism and progressive Judaism relates to social justice. It's a huge always motivation for me to this work, to be attentive to what's happening in the world and how we can respond. Also inclusivity. We, unfortunately, in Catholic Church, we have still a lot of domains that we can be more inclusive. And I learned this a lot for my own life and for my community. And yes, and of course, our theological discussion led me to deepen my own spirituality, my own scriptures, and I am using a lot of sources, Jewish sources, to teach in amazing places, also with my rabbi colleagues and friends, I think.
Thank you, Kasia. I'm going to ask you also to tell us a little bit at this point about your work elsewhere in the world, because I know that you do important work both in Bethlehem and also in Poland. And it'd be wonderful to hear a little bit about those as well.
Yes. So as I said, every Sister of Zion responds differently to the inspiration. For me, it's teaching. And 2 years ago, I was asked to go and teach at Bethlehem University in Palestine, West Bank, where already a Sister of Zion was teaching there. And she was teaching Introduction to Judaism to Palestinian Christian and Muslims. And I was asked to do a intensive module on Jewish pilgrimage. And it is amazing because even though I am teaching Jewish pilgrimage, but I have to also do Introduction to Judaism, history of Judaism, and everything related. And the classes are very small. They are Palestinian Christian and Muslims. For me, the main aim is really to a little bit influence how they see the neighbor, so Israelis. And last year, one of the women wrote me, I was so happy to discover that they are Jews outside Israel. So also like a little bit challenging what they know, how they understand their neighbors, and show them diversity of Judaism and open their mind to question and to look beyond the political situation, what is happening in the Holy Land. And in Poland, I do two things right now. I'm living in London, but as a Poland Catholic, it's quite challenging for me to engage in Jewish-Christian relations. Sometimes it's challenging from the Catholics, and sometimes it's challenging from the Jews. But often in Poland, I am asked to accompany Jewish friends who go to Poland for pilgrimage or to visit the places where their family were living. And often it means just to being with them, share their pain, visit their places where their families before the Shoah Holocaust was there, sometimes going to a camp. And it's very moving for me as a Polish Catholic to be with them. And 2 years ago, I was also asked to come for a week to Poland in January when we have a Holocaust Memorial Days in my region. It is very unique. We all celebrate or commemorate the Holocaust Shoah on the 27th of January, but in my region, it is for the whole week. And there is a core group of people, Jews and Christians, who are coming from my region, southeast of Poland, from the Lithuanians, who were born there. Sometimes we had last year 2 survivors with us who speak very beautiful Polish. And we go to schools and to small communities to teach Poles about reconciliation and why the memory of Shoah and the Jewish community is so important for them, for the young people in those schools. So it's grassroots level and for the future generation, because I do believe and I do not see another way of challenging Islamophobia or anti-Semitism as by providing the places where Jews and Christian Muslims and other faiths can meet, where you can meet the person, the other, not from the book, not from the media, but this is for me the only way really. If we want to build better society, this is the way to do it.
That's so inspiring. Thank you, Kasia, for sharing that with us. I'd like to turn now to my colleague, Rabbi Dr. Michael Hilton, to share with us something of his inspiration.
Well, good day, everybody. It's great to be part of this event and the Biennial. And I think we've already heard that it's the stories we've heard remind us that it's the people we meet who motivate and inspire us. And I've just been looking at some of the comments on the Facebook feed, and it's good to see the people watching this finding echoes in their own lives and finding particularly what Kasia has just said, really inspiring. What amazing work you've been doing. But the humorous parts there as well, Jackie, your story about inattentive driving, there's many echoes for me from interfaith residentials I've attended. And Kasia, your mention of the Immaculate Conception, you had it explained to you by a different Rabbi Michael. Well, this Rabbi Michael, in writing a book about the Gospels of Rabbinic Judaism, managed to get the Immaculate Conception muddled up with the virgin birth, which showed my terrible ignorance. For those who don't know, the Immaculate Conception is about the birth of Mary and the virgin birth about the birth of Jesus. We've just finished at the LJS a whole course based around gospel and rabbinic texts, based around a book I wrote some years ago. And it's been great to have both Nathan and Kasia as teachers on this course. Bringing people together is inspiring and motivating. I'd like to make 3 very brief points. First one is that this event is itself inspiring and motivating. We meet as friends, old and new, and you who are watching will notice in particular that not one of us is simply explaining our own faith. That's not really what we do in dialogue. We're talking about the dialogue that we do, the meetings that we have, that we've had, and we're aware as we do that our own faith can be deepened by learning about and from each other. Secondly, for me, the work that I'm currently doing as part of Harrow Citizens is inspiring. We're a network of schools, churches, mosques, and synagogues, the synagogues being Kol Chai and NPLS, Northwood and Pinner Liberal. And we do our campaigning on refugees, on homelessness, and on mental health together because we're aware that our different faiths inspire us to a common goal of a better society. And finally, and most importantly for me, I'm inspired and motivated by constant discoveries of the way in which our Abrahamic faiths are intertwined. And I've been studying Christianity and Islam for many years, and I'm still finding so much that is new in the historic links between us. A few days ago, Muslims celebrated Laylatul Qadr, the night of power or destiny or value, when it's believed that the Quran was sent down from heaven and the earliest section given to the Prophet Muhammad. This coming Thursday evening and Friday, we Jews will celebrate Shavuot, the anniversary of the giving of Torah on Mount Sinai, when we're told God descended in fire. And in just 1 week's time, Christians will celebrate Whit Sunday, when it's believed the Holy Spirit descended in tongues of fire, inspiring the first disciples to speak in tongues and to go out to the nations to proclaim the new Christian message. These links between our faiths are no coincidence. The Laylatul Qadr inspired the Tikkun Leil Shavuot, the late night study that we do, which was first recorded in the Zohar. The powerful Christian narrative about the tongues of fire inspired our rabbis to reinvent the biblical harvest festival of Shavuot as a celebration of revelation of Torah. When we discover links like this, we not only learn about each other, but ultimately we deepen and enrich our own faiths. And for me, that is what is truly inspiring. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. That's wonderful. Yeah, a couple of years ago, I spoke at an interfaith iftar event in Leicester, where one of my congregations is located, and I found that on that particular year, Laylatul Qadr and Shavuot were going to fall on the same day. So I was able to speak about that. And I think there's a medieval Muslim scholar who said that all the revelations took place during the month of Ramadan, on successive weeks of the month of Ramadan. So that's another interesting Muslim spin on that. Ibn Kathir, I think it was. Thank you for that. Before I move on, I just want to ask if you want to share with us, you mentioned the people that you meet and how important that is. And I know your first important book in an interfaith area was written with the late Father Gordian Marshall. I'd like to just share a word about him, because he's someone that Halima and I also remember with great love. You need to unmute yourself again, Michael.
Always a pleasure to remember Gordian. It's some years now since he sadly passed away, and he was a motivator for stuff I've been doing for a very long time. I met him in Bendorf at, I think, Jewish Christian Bible Week, and later at the Jewish Christian Muslim Week. And he invited me to teach with him at the Amadan Center some rabbinic texts with gospel texts side by side. And it was a recording of that event which led to my very first book. The reason he asked me was simply because at university I'd studied classical Greek. And so he was looking for somebody who could read the Christian scriptures in the original as well as the Hebrew scriptures. But that particular week at Amadan was just the beginning. It was in 1986, and I'm still running multi-faith weeks in this country. Now we call it Oxford Three Faiths Week. We've done 2. Hopefully, God willing, virus willing, another one next year. And the first 3 or 4 of them I did with Father Gordian, and he set a pattern in my life which has now been going on for more than 30 years. So he was truly inspiring, and it was so good for me to be able to record and write up his teachings, which still inspire me to this day.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. And now I'd like to move on to my dear friend and colleague, Sheikha Halima Krausen, who's joining us from Hamburg.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a different time zone, and sometimes, yeah. Okay, and then thank you for the invitation. And it's so great to see so many old friends and meet new friends, and in this session. And It's fantastic. So what motivates me? I mean, it started early in my childhood. I was, first of all, sure, I was motivated by curiosity. I wanted to know how people tick. Were Catholics and Protestants I grew up with. I was, when I was a teenager, I was the only Muslim far and wide. And I found out very soon that about different perspectives, and it became very important for me to have first-hand information, not someone talking about another faith, but the person from that faith or an author from that faith writing about from their own faith, from their own practice. And I also was interested, it was also some time of a bit of spiritual curiosity to experience the way people, they meditated, prayed, things like that. So what was accessible to me then, it was, first of all, it was Catholics and Protestants. There were very few Jews in Germany in those days. It was only when I was a late teenager that I first met the first Jews in Aachen in the synagogue. That kind of took some, because I said I want to know about them, so I have to go there and I have to find out. And it was really awkward because I felt a bit about German history, and it makes it difficult. And so he said, what's wrong with you? And I said, about the past. He said, don't, you weren't even born then, come on. You don't, you have nothing to do with what they did. You are responsible for what you do. Yeah, sure. And that gave me the kick to be more relaxed in this relationship. But much later, I mean, in the course of time, I made many friends from different faiths, and with the friends, it also meant exploring each other's faith. And I found that there's so many. It came to think about different faith traditions, almost like languages. And you can sometimes translate one thing to another language. The comparison comes because I do a lot of translation in my professional life at the university. Sometimes there are these research reports that we have to translate to English, and then I'm involved with that. So it means a lot to me, this discovery, and also this working together and seeing things from different perspectives. I came in the course of time, and also through friendships in the framework, and you mentioned it already, the Jewish Christian Muslim conference and spring, Mark, you mentioned that initially. And there I made a lot of mainly Jewish friends, because I had Christian friends already. And then I came to experience more of the closeness in the services that we had there. And it gradually became part of my spiritual makeup. And I remember in one of the Limburg conferences, one of the first Limburg conferences, one of the participants after Shabbat Shacharit service, he asked me, what are you actually making of our services? And I thought for a while, and then I said, it occurred to me that it's like taking part in the rituals of a different Sufi tradition. Because within Islam, we are, in a way, we are similar, because we have the same prayer ritual. You can join any prayer in any part of the world. But you also have these different Sufi traditions that can be very, very different. And they are less known. And I said it's just as if I were taking part in rituals of a different Sufi tradition. It's something that means a lot to me. It's not the thing that I'm used to, but it's, it's that. And in the course of time also, and especially also through recent work at the university, I increasingly find how important it is to learn by reading our scriptures together. And this is especially with Judaism and Christianity and Islam, the biblical scriptures and the Quran, because from Islamic understanding, they build up on each other, kind of one follows the other, and you can't really understand the Quran if you are completely unfamiliar with the earlier scriptures. And at that point, I find we have very much to say to each other, but we can also discover a lot for a better understanding of our own scripture, and especially Muslims. We can, from the biblical scriptures, we can understand a lot about history and about even faith and spirituality.
Thank you. Halima, going back quite a way, I know that as a student in Berlin, you were involved in what I believe was the very first bringing together of Jews, Christians and Muslims, which led to the establishment of the JCM conference that we're both involved with, that Michael helped to transplant to Britain as well. Do you want to say something about that first meeting and back in, was it the late 60s, the beginning of the 70s? 69, right?
69,
Yeah.
Oh goodness, it was a key experience. It was about, the title was Israel and Ismail, and it was about the Six-Day War and the aftermath of it. It was about the Middle East conflict in any case. And I don't remember what the Christian speakers said. I remember that the Muslim speaker, he came from Lebanon and he spoke English, and he said what was politically correct, so it wasn't anything very exciting. But then they had invited Jewish speakers from a kibbutz somewhere who defined themselves as atheist socialists, and then they proceeded to tell the audience how they read the Bible. They read the Bible as a strategy book for expanding the territory of Israel because, as I said, as a chosen people, they had every right to it. I said, oh, goodness. And the other Muslims, they left and banged the door, and they expected me to come along, but curiosity, you know. I wanted to know how this story continues. And right enough, there were Rabbi Lionel Blue and Rabbi Albert Friedlander, who then stood up and told them off and said being chosen doesn't mean a privilege, it means an obligation, it means a moral obligation. So I said, wow, haha, Because until then, because Muslims, of course, we think that we are, I mean, we also believe that we are a chosen people, and it says in the Quran, God has chosen you, and so on and so on. And I said, oh, please leave me alone with that idea, because it only makes you arrogant. But then I thought, you know, if you are chosen for a responsibility, it means for a job, and I'm chosen for my job, and you are chosen for your job. So we could meet at some point and maybe cooperate, and you do your job, I do, and then the world is going to be a better place. And that's what got me hooked up with the JCM later on.
Yeah.
Really.
That's lovely, Halima. Of the many wonderful stories I've heard you tell over the years, one of my favorites was of the time that you'd attended a major interfaith event in Jerusalem, I think it was, and on your way out via Ben Gurion Airport, you were being given the usual hard time by the security people there, given the third degree, and you ended up, to prove that you knew something about Judaism, you ended up reciting a poem by Rav Kook, the great mystical rabbi from the 1930s. And then another time, I think you told me you were trying to get into the Temple Mount with a group, but you weren't dressed as a Muslim that day, and you had to recite the Al-Fatiha for the guards there to prove that you were actually a Muslim. Have I got that one right?
No, I was properly dressed. There's nothing,
okay.
I mean, I didn't run around but he was very suspicious, and then he wanted to check if I am a Muslim, and he asked me to recite Surah Al-Fatiha, and then it occurred to him that that was too easy. Any atheist even can memorize Surah Al-Fatiha. That's not different. So, And I finished with it, and he was still thinking, and I said, shall I continue? And because he was still thinking, and he was waiting, he needed time, huh? So he said yes. So I continued with Surah Al-Baqarah. It's the second surah, which
She's
is
the
the
longest.
longest one in the Quran.
Thank you.
He said, "Oh, please stop it! It's enough! It's enough!"
I love it. I love these stories. And the other thing about you, Halima, is I know that you've made several trips to Iran as part of your scholarly life, and that you visited many times the synagogue in Tehran, and at first I think they were a bit scared of you. Who is this Muslim woman who's coming into our synagogue? But you've become a great friend and a support for the Jewish community in Tehran, and brought some of them to the JCM in Germany as well. So
I love that synagogue, and I love that service. Nowadays, when I think of, when I think of Lechadodi, it always comes to my mind with the melody of the synagogue in Tehran.
yeah. Lovely. And I mean, many of us who go to interfaith events with Halima know that she knows more Jewish prayers and more Jewish songs than just about any Jew does. So you're a wonderful inspiration, Halima. So I'd better say just a brief word, I guess, if I can do such a thing about my own involvement. I'm among various other jobs. I'm interfaith consultant for liberal Judaism, and that's, I guess, why I'm doing this today. But my whole life I see it as a life of interfaith dialogue. Right from my earliest years, I have early memories of primary school, walking around the playground, explaining the beliefs of Zoroastrianism to my best friend, and then in high school met very, very close friend, became my best friend, who is very involved Christian, and our friendship was based on a sort of a never-ending dialogue around Judaism and Christianity, including singing all of our choral melodies to one another, because he was in the church choir and I was in the synagogue choir. And there was a period in my life I'd been put off Judaism somewhat by some very orthodox and exclusive beliefs that I'd encountered, and I decided I needed a more universalist religion. So I was deeply, deeply attracted and involved in Christianity for several years. And my best friend at that point was a Carmelite friar, so I used to spend all my university holidays living with the Carmelite friars, and traveling around and visiting monasteries. This was in Australia, far and wide in Australia, and that was a wonderful, life-giving experience that I remember with enormous joy. And then it was at the JCM in Germany that I encountered Islam, encountered Halima. I remember the first time I studied with you, Halima, you were teaching a passage from the Quran, a very fascinating story from Surah 18 in the Quran. And I knew that there was a Jewish story. And usually when you find the stories in the Quran that have a Jewish parallel, the Jewish parallel is earlier. It's in the Talmud or the Midrash, pre-Quranic. And I was racking my brains, and I was looking up everything I could to find out where this Jewish story was that is a parallel. And I couldn't find it at all. And it was only back in London, after some research, I found that the Jewish parallel to this story in the Quran first appears in a Judeo-Arabic source from Kairouan in North Africa in the 10th century. In other words, as far as the evidence goes, this Jewish story, which is about Elijah meeting one of the great Talmudic rabbis, was actually based on the Quran story, or inspired by the Quran story, rather than the other way around. And that started me off thinking about the deep influence of Islam on Judaism. And in many of the fields I studied and taught, the influence of Islam was so great and so transformative on Judaism. And so I've been telling everybody about that at every opportunity since. And I'm not going to expand on it right now. But and to me, the encounter, the theological encounter between Judaism and Christianity, and the way I believe that rabbinic Judaism, the the Judaism of the Talmud, and Christianity grew up and were formed at the same time, responding to one another, often in not very friendly ways, but nevertheless grappling with the same theological questions of our relationship with God, and finding answers that parallel and echo and are inspired by one another. And to me, that is an ongoing source of fascination and inspiration. So I suppose, although the interfaith friendships and interfaith action is important, for me, I think it's a grappling with truth, with theology that has always inspired me. And I know that puts a lot of other people off, so maybe I'm a bit unusual in that way, but it's discovering, as Michael said, those very profound links, far deeper and stronger than most people suspect, between Jewish and Christian and Muslim beliefs. I just want to acknowledge, before I open the discussion up again, that this is an exclusive little circle that we've created, that I've created today, of the so-called Abrahamic religions, Jews, Christians, and Muslims, partly because that's been where most of my experience and most of my energy has been. But we shouldn't forget that out there are other important religious traditions, the Dharmic religions originating in India, Buddhism and Hinduism, and Jainism, and then as a special sort of intermediary, there's Sikhism and later Baha'i, and all of these have rich spiritual treasures that not only can we learn from, but we can also find deep threads of connection, of spiritual connection as well. I find in studying Jewish mystical tradition so many echoes and reflections of Hindu philosophy, Hindu spirituality. And when you study Maimonides deeply enough, I think you eventually realize that deep down he was a Buddhist. So I'll leave that there before I turn back to our dialogue together. And I just want to ask each of you, well, no, actually, before I ask each of you, we had a question I noticed that came in on our Facebook feed. And it's a really important one, I think. It's from Sarah Newman, who was part of my congregation in Manchester when I was rabbi there, the Manchester Liberal Community. So thank you, Sarah, for your question. And you've said, I would be interested to hear what the panel thinks about interfaith in relation to families and seeing this in a positive way. I'm Jewish, Sarah says, but a child from an interfaith marriage, and that influences my Judaism and experiences with non-Jews in many positive ways. We don't have a long time left, but I think that's an interesting question for us to confront. And I invite any of you to reflect on that interfaith in a family setting, as it were. Would anybody like to share your thoughts or experiences there? I certainly have lots to share, but I'll hand over to you.
Well, my response to that would be, to Sarah, is that we should feel enlarged by our family, whatever backgrounds our parents are, whether they're from two different backgrounds. We should feel enlarged by that. That should actually enrich our lives even more. And it's not always about faith. People might have different sexualities as well, and we should also feel enriched by that. So in answer to kind of Sarah's question, I would say that one can feel enlarged, and also when you go out into the world as someone who comes from an interfaith kind of family, that you can feel confident in your own faith without feeling threatened by others. And I think that's so important. And coming from a interfaith background yourself, I think, well, an interfaith family, that type of unit, I think is definitely a unique, gives you a unique insight into feeling enriched and enlarged, and being able to take that perspective into the society, and contributing as a Jewish person in many ways in the interfaith kind of environment. So that's my kind of feedback.
Thank you, Mash. Lovely. Anybody else want to reflect on that? I know, Halima, you've done a lot of work pastorally with mixed faith families in Germany. Anything you want to reflect on in that?
Yeah, well, if you do pastoral work, then of course you are confronted mainly with the critical points, and very often it needed a lot of translation work between the faiths and also between the cultures, because it's very often one person came from a Muslim, traditional Muslim culture somewhere in the world, and somebody else came from kind of everyday North German Protestant, I don't know what, half secularized background. And then the misunderstandings, they come when the children start asking why, and the parents give different answers. And then the parents, they suddenly start digging, one or both parents suddenly start digging for their roots desperately. And then one or the other of the parents can become 200% that what he and she or she thinks that is their identity should be. So that yeah, it needs a lot of translation work and bridge building, and it's. But as I said initially, I mean, you're always confronted with the critical side of it. So I can understand the critical side of it. I myself come from a family that is Protestant on one side and Catholic on the other side, and I grew up in a time when there were loads of claims of exclusivity around, and the others, they are wrong and they are going to hell. And this actually triggered it was part of the trigger for my own search. It can be that. They can also be very confusing. So yeah, let's try to make the best of it.
Yeah, Jackie.
I mean, finding during this period of lockdown that I've been getting an incredible number of inquiries from people who have come from mixed faith families, where unfortunately they've not been brought up in either. So there's no security, there's no of faith there at all. And suddenly in this lockdown period, they're confronted with trying to find out who they are. Where is the strength inside of them to deal with this crisis that we're in at this moment?
That's fascinating.
Yeah.
For me personally, I just want to get this in because we don't have much time. As a liberal rabbi for many years, I've been conducting mixed marriage blessings, something that liberal rabbis have done for a long time, Reform rabbis much more recently. And occasionally I'm asked to do blessings with a minister from another religion, usually a Christian minister. And I do those. Obviously, it takes interesting interfaith discussion to formulate the ceremony itself. But what I want to say is that the reactions I experience from the people there, are so thrilled, so moved, so excited, simply at the sight of a rabbi and a minister, rabbi and a priest, working together in that way. And this gives people a vision of the possibility of very practical interfaith collaboration. And so I've always had the feeling that what I'm doing is a Kiddush Hashem. It's sanctifying the name of God, because it's showing people that, as Muslims say, Allahu Akbar, God is greater than any of the limitations, any of the restrictions, any of the narrowness that we human beings have. God is greater than all of that. And with goodwill, with friendship, we can achieve so much when we work together. We have maybe a minute left. Anybody want to say something inspiring in the minute that we have? And I'm sorry if you haven't had much time, but
I think sometimes the people who have backgrounds from other faiths feel themselves marginalized in our faith. But when we do the kind of study which Mark, you and I have done, we realize that our faiths have never existed in isolation. And actually, they've always been influenced by other faiths. So this experience, which people sometimes feel is marginal, in some ways is actually central.
Thank you, Michael. I'm going to have to wrap up. Mash, you have 10 seconds.
I just want to say, it's a quote that I think underpins most of the kind of interfaith, and those that are confident in their own faith, they're not threatened, but they are enlarged by the different faiths of others.
Thank you, Mash. That is really inspiring. And as Rabbi Lionel Blue used to like to say, Judaism for us Jews is our home, not our prison. We can go out, we can go visiting, we can maybe not under lockdown, but we can virtually visit one another. And thank you all for visiting us today, for being part of this really beautiful session. It's been a thrill for me. And I want to thank you once again. Eid Mubarak to you, Mash, and to Halima. Hope the rest of your day, the rest of your Eid is lovely. And thank you so much, Kasha, Nathan, Michael, and Jackie. God bless.
Thank you, Mark.
God bless, and goodbye to everybody. And thank you for joining us out there. And thanks for your comments and questions on the stream. Thank you very much. And all the best to everybody. Enjoy the rest of the day of our Biennial at home.
Okay, I think I speak for everyone who was watching that and commenting, saying thank you, Mark, and what I can only describe as an all-star panel there. It was really fascinating and interesting, and people have put in our comments, beautiful discussion. It's 1 o'clock now, so it's lunchtime. We've got a couple of lunch and learns going on, which can take place via Zoom. You would have been sent the links if you've registered for the Biennial. If you've lost the links or haven't been sent them, just find our Liberal Judaism at Home Facebook group, and all the links are also posted on there. Finally, to let you know, this live stream will be back at 2 p.m. We've had a lot of fantastic comments about the Lily's Legacy podcasts and clips that have been running throughout the Biennial. At 2 p.m, we've actually got a discussion on Lily's legacy and the history and heritage of liberal Judaism. So it's one I'd highly recommend, and we look forward to seeing everyone back on the live stream at 2. And in the meantime, enjoy your lunch and learns. Thank you.